not in a great place. I think it just needs to warm up. But obviously we did quite a bit of talking last night, what with it being SmackDown and then followed by quite a long Hall of Fame. That Hall of Fame went on for nearly 3 hours, all in told, with the kickoff show and everything. But, it was brilliant. And actually, at the end, I wanted longer. I wanted more. But it's quite a long evening, isn't it, on a Friday, doing SmackDown and then going into the Hall of Fame. But as we said, no complaints, because that Hall of Fame was absolutely brilliant. So enjoyable. The Conan speech was one of the best I've ever heard. Rey's speech, he should have had longer, even though he had ages. There's so many great stories. Hall of Fame killed it. SmackDown, I wouldn't say killed it, but did what it needed to do. And honestly, the one thing that just keeps going over in my head right now, the one thing that I just cannot stop thinking about, is the LWO back now? That's all I keep thinking about, is the LWO back? Because I think that was huge if it is. If the Latino World Order have returned, and it's not just, they have, but is it just for WrestleMania? Or are we now going to move into an LWO Judgment Day feud? Because it feels like that could be the case. It feels like maybe, what does Rey do? Because Rey, I don't think is going to want to keep fighting Dominic. Surely this is just one and done, isn't it? I'm under I don't see Rey and Dominic being the start of something. I more saw it as being the end, if I'm being honest. Dominic turned last August, was it? At Clash at the Castle. So we've seen him being vile to Rey for a long time. And so Rey said, no match, no match, no match. Now we finally get to the match. I kind of just presumed this is it. Today's match is it. But I don't know, this whole LWO thing has really got me wondering if it's actually just the start and we're actually going to be getting Judgment Day versus LWO going on into the future. So I don't know. I really don't know. I'm excited to find out, though. And there had been lots of rumors about LWO, a mention. And obviously they were mentioned. But now it's sort of implying that they're sticking around. And of course, some people might not know, but they are a group from the kind of end of WCW. I suppose WCW goes in, 2001? It's really spluttering by 2000. The LWO is from 98, 99. It's a group of Mexican wrestlers that kind of came together to deal with the NWO. So you got the LWO, but they weren't really around very long. And it was a little bit messy, in all fairness. You could have told the LWO story a lot better than they did. But that's irrelevant, right? Because Rey was a part of that group. And now here we are all these years later, and he's redoing it, and it's quite exciting. I'm really excited about it. So, we'll have to see. Days, we've got a double press conference, one after tonight and the second one after tomorrow. It's Triple H with Byron Saxton and superstars that have won their matches. Adam, shout out to you. That's interesting. It's good to know. In all fairness, I probably shouldn't be too surprised at that because of the fact that we've been getting these press conferences. But I appreciate the info because actually never crossed my mind. Never crossed my mind that there might be press conferences after the shows. So they're interesting because I would say that they are worth watching, but I don't know that you get a great deal from them. Normally it's just a way of the heels being a bit more heelish and the baby faces being a bit more babyface-ish, and that's it. You don't really get much in the way of storyline development, or at least not yet. Anything could happen, of course. So I would say they're definitely worth checking out because you never quite know how WWE are going to use them. So that's interesting. Can't believe we're here already, said BN Drake. Randy said filthy animals. Yes. It's wild going back to late WCW, isn't it? It's like a whole world that just haven't thought about in a long time. George says, when WCW was good, they were white hot. And when they were bad, They were pure cringe. That is true. I mean, when they were bad, they were like Yeti bad, right? So yeah, I completely agree. Like I mean, listen, they tried a lot of stuff. They tried, in a way, they were like the Logan Paul of promotions, in the sense of they did some stuff really well and really impressed people and really caught attention, but then equally they had the ability to say I am the table, and come out with things like the Yeti and stuff along those lines, the Shockmaster, and whatever. So yeah, they are a promotion that are very interesting to go back to and revisit if you've again, you have to remember, this is like 22 years after it closed. Like, to many of us, WCW is just, it's WCW. But there's so many kids that don't even know about WCW, haven't watched WCW. It's crazy. And obviously, the more time that goes by, the further away we get from it. So, Wrestling Kid, shout out to you, buds. Appreciate the support. Tommy said, I normally can't watch these streams because I live in Britain, but I'm going to watch this and the WrestleMania ones. Tommy, welcome. I hope you have a great time. I mean, really, it's the streams are there for you to share your thoughts, get your points across, get your thoughts across. What do you like? What don't you like? I think they're brilliant. I think when the streams are at their best is when you've got a big dramatic moment and then you're just seeing the chat go and you can see like all the live reaction, live comments coming in. I suppose like if you go to, say, I don't know, Twitter and go to like the latest thing on Twitter, that sort of gives you sort of the same. The only thing I would say is that it's obviously only going to show you what people are talking about if they use, I don't know, hashtag WrestleMania, hashtag WWE or something like that. If they don't hashtag, then you wouldn't see their comments. Whereas here, you haven't got a hashtag or do anything. You just put your thoughts in and on screen it goes. So I think this is really good for those moments. But also when it's quiet and chill, you just want to talk a bit about wrestling. I think it's really proven its value there as well. So yeah, it's going to be a long day. Pace yourselves. We're live early because, well, obviously I just want to talk about whatever's going on in the world of wrestling. We haven't really spoke about Dante Martin and what happened with him at Ring of Honor and him breaking his ankle. I hadn't seen it until earlier today when I sat down and went through my notifications. It was one of those where you heard that he broke his ankle and you're like, oh man, you hear it's bad and you're like, I don't know that I want to see this. I'm not a squirmish person at all. I'm really not. It doesn't really bother me. But if you tell me something's bad is going to happen and here's the video, I do find myself going, oh, I don't want to watch this. Oh, like that. I do find myself like that. Even though I've seen loads of UFC where people are busted open, legs are broken, like all this kind of stuff, but you don't know it's going to happen. When you're watching, it just happens, right? But it's very different when you know that someone suffered this injury. Thankfully, I didn't think it was that bad, right? I mean, let me correct that. It's horrific, but you don't see anything. All you see is his leg going a direction it shouldn't go. I thought that there could have been a chance that it was like, you could see it and the bone was sticking out of his leg and all that kind of stuff, blood squirting everywhere. I was mentally preparing myself for that. But when I actually sat down and watched it, it's, when he lands, you can see his foot kind of like do a 180. But as I said, he's still wearing his boots. He's still got his gear on. You can't see any blood. You can't see any bones. You can't see the actual injury. You just go, oh, his leg definitely shouldn't be facing that direction. That's definitely not a direction that a leg should be facing. I'm no doctor. But, so let me correct myself. It is horrific. And I definitely do feel for him. And he's put a picture out of him being in hospital and everything. But as I said, it's not gruesome to look at. Let's put it that way. Although it probably was for the doctor. I don't envy the doctor. Never really think about that, do you? I mean, for us, we look at it and we see the foot go in the other direction and we go, ooh. But someone's got to take that boot off. Someone's got to take that boot off and look at whatever mess is underneath there. You know, some of the things that like doctors must see. Horrific. So thoughts, obviously, with him. You don't wish that on absolutely anyone. Yeah, I mean, I know it's got criticism because it's a Canadian destroyer off a ladder, and there's a lot of onto tables, and there's a lot of people like saying, when will they learn? When will they stop doing this kind of thing? You know, they're going too far now type situation. But as I said, that I just don't think this is the time for that conversation. Honestly, the poor guy. Alfie said, I'm really excited for this. How are you? I'm all right, but I'm probably still in the process of waking up. I woke up about hour and 15 minutes ago, and because as soon as I finished the stream last night, I sat down, had a what did I have to drink? I didn't have an alcoholic drink. I think it was just water. Had a water, had like a microwavable pasta meal thing. Sat down, watched a little bit of TV, and then boom, I was off to bed. So yeah, I had a good night's sleep. Woke up about an hour and 15 minutes ago, and just ready. Honestly, I'm here early, as I said, not really for any specific reason, but just because this isn't our first rodeo. We've done WrestleManias before. There is always things to talk about. So, and there'll be rumors and things coming through all the time. So we'll get to them. Don't worry, we'll get to them. So, Alfie, hope you are well, buds. Trey here said, Trey, breaking news, Drew McIntyre's contract, Sean Ross Sapp. Is it breaking? Because I did see something about his contract earlier, which is that it's expiring and they're not even close to resuming it. That's what I heard. Let's go back. I have a lot on Drew coming on Fightful Select today. Right, okay. So there is a lot more on the way. But yeah, it is not dropped yet. Okay, good to know. Thank you. Right, I want to try and get to some of these super chats and then get to as many comments as we can. Sam said, is Drew McIntyre news an April Fool's joke or no? I genuinely don't know. So, I mean, if it is an April Fool's joke, I think it's a rubbish one. Because the news I've heard is that his contract is expiring and they're not even close to doing another one, like getting a new one sorted. Now, to me, I haven't got into any detail because, as I said, I woke up, an hour and 15 minutes ago? So to me, it's like, okay, we'll just do it after WrestleMania. Like, I don't see it as a big deal. Like, he's clearly got a contract for WrestleMania. I could totally understand WWE wanting to focus on WrestleMania. So just sort it out after WrestleMania. So if it is an April Fool's, my reaction will be, oh, cool. But I don't know. Let's wait and see. I mean, unless there's more to the story that I've just not seen. But from what I've seen, it's contracts expiring, not even close to a new one. But he's got a contract for WrestleMania. He's working WrestleMania. He's going to be at WrestleMania. He's doing the triple threat match. And as we said, as soon as we get to, next week, sit down, sort it out. So I don't know. It could turn out to be an April Fool's. I suppose you do have to be, listen, I don't ever do April Fools. You don't have to worry about that from me, right? I know people love it, and it's something you would think I would probably love, but I don't, to be honest. I don't. I'm not a fan of it, so maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Either way, I think it'll get sorted. But as we said, Sean's got an update coming very soon. Creed said, Vince's new look was leaked by Noah. I've tagged you in on it on Twitter. Is this an April Fool's? Vince's new look. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, so that doesn't look like an April Fool's. Unless someone's touched up the image. Let me show you. I think he looks all right, I think he looks all right. It's very bizarre that he's rocking a moustache. If you if you heard anything about Vince, right? So Vince famously didn't want... Who sent that through, by the way? Was that Creed? Creed, that might have been from you, Buds. Whoever sent this in, I really appreciate it. So, yeah, we've got Vince there with a moustache. He does look like a villain, right? He's really leaning into the Disney villain vibe, which I really appreciate. Obviously, that's Great Muta in the middle as well. But yeah, I mean, look, it's really weird that he's got the moustache because Bruce Pritchard used to tell a story on his podcast that apparently Vince always carried a shaver around with him because he hated facial hair that much that he not only shaved in the morning, but he had to, well, he didn't have to, but he wanted to shave throughout the day as well to get rid of any facial hair that he had. He wanted to make sure that it was absolutely baby bottom smooth. And apparently he's always had a bit of OCD around it, where he used to carry a shaver with him. So now, and when you think about it, you've never seen him with facial hair, or I've never seen him with facial hair, not that I can remember. And apparently he had a big thing about it. So now that he's kind of going around with this facial hair, this moustache and whatever, it is so out of character. It is so, you think you know someone, don't you, eh? You think you know someone, and then they pull the rug from underneath you. So, I mean, look, I don't think it looks cringe or anything along those lines. Let's put a thing up. Great to see Vince McMahon really leaning into the Disney villain vibe. Boom. I'll tweet that out. How do you spell villain? That's what I'm thinking right now. Villain. How do you spell villain? Villain. Because I don't want to get it wrong. You know what I mean? But if I do, I'm sure that Twitter will take it really well. Into the Disney villain vibe. Boom. There we go. Lovely. Okay. Right. Sparta Brander. Hello, buds. Hope you're well. Hope you're ready for a big day. Said, what matches, if any, do you think could not only steal, stand, and deliver, but WrestleMania night one of WrestleMania doesn't look too appealing except for Rey and Dominic. So what matches do I think could steal WrestleMania weekend? I think you've always got to look at Johnny Gargano, who is taking on Grayson Waller. I know that Waller's not really had a 5-star banger, but Johnny has. And if anyone's going to get an amazing match out of Grayson, it'll be Johnny. So I think Johnny and Grayson stands a chance. I don't know that it's going to steal the weekend. I think the days of NXT doing that are not gone, but I think, you know, quite often we would have watched NXT Stand and Deliver or NXT Takeover. And I can remember, like, the conversation always was, follow that. Like, it was, oh my God. Like, that show has just absolutely smashed it. And I don't know that NXT premium live events have done that for a while. I think there's always some nice moments. I think it's always well received, but we're talking about a different level. We're talking about, oh my God, follow that. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, people freaking because of how amazing the NXT show was. If you haven't watched the NXT takeover shows from, honestly, I mean, you can go back to like 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018. You can go through all of those. They hit hard, man. And there are, on quite regular basis, the NXT shows stealing the weekend. But I haven't felt that for a while now, quite a long time. I think definitely since Sean took over, but I think you can go even back before that as well. I think you can go maybe back before pandemic and go back to like 2019 and whatever. So I must admit, I'm not coming into this with the expectation that this is going to steal the weekend. That's not a bad thing, though, because, like, when it's WrestleMania, do you know what I mean? WrestleMania should be the big show. So I haven't got that expectation, but I would say keep an eye out for the women's ladder match, because I think there's a lot of interesting moving parts in that match. I think with the men's ladder match, it might run the risk of just being very spot heavy. The men's ladder match might just run the risk of just being like every other ladder match. So it might be a bit samey. But, you know, the women's, I think, could be quite interesting, because I don't look at the women's and see a lot of high flyers. If you look at the women's, Roxanne Perez, you know, Zoey Stark, Gigi Dolin, Tiffany Stratton, Lyra Valkyria, and Indi Hartwell. Well, you know, I don't know quite what we're getting out of that match, because it certainly doesn't feel like a spot fest. I'm sure it will have spots, but it ain't going to be like Lucha Bros and Young Bucks and all of that. So that women's match looks quite interesting to me. If I look at the men's match, I see Wesley, I see Dragon Lee, I see Axiom. That feels like it's just going to be a standard flying through the air, nonstop, you know, kind of action type thing. So, I mean, it's going to be great, but the women's is getting my attention a little more. Johnny and Grayson, as we said, Johnny amazing. Johnny Takeover always delivers. Bron Breakker, Carmelo, I just don't know how they're going to gel. I really can't see the chemistry, if I'm going to be completely honest. I think that you're talking about two of the biggest stars, but maybe that's not the right ingredient for the best match. So I'm not sure on that one. Fallon, Henley, and Kiana James against Alba, Fyre, Isla, Dawn. I'm sure it'll be fine, but I don't think anyone's expecting it to steal the show. Gallus, Creed Brothers, and the family. That could be all right, actually. Again, there's that's quite interesting. I really like the Creeds. I like Tony and Stax. They seem to have some great chemistry. Gallus are all right. They're pretty hard hitting. That could be all right. I don't think it doesn't steal the weekend, right? But I think the match could be all right. Chase U, Tyler Bate against Schism. I think that'll be all right as well. So listen, if I have to point to one match here, it would be Johnny and Grayson. The next match that I'd be pointing at would be the women's. But I wouldn't be surprised if the men's ladder match gets a lot of attention, because people love that, you know, non-stop high-flying action. It's just, I've seen it. It's done. Do you know what I mean? If you watch AEW, you've definitely seen it. The amount of non-stop like aerial stuff that's in that show and at their premium live events, like I just can't imagine anything that's that these lot can do that we haven't seen. I mean, think about the Vikingo match we watched the other week. I mean, Vikingo was coming up with a load of new innovative stuff, I mean that was great, but that's the bar now. To be honest, if you want to shock me and impress me, you've got to be like Vikingo. So, and I feel like these guys are gonna like be quite aerial. Although saying that, Ilja's amazing. You know, the thing is with ladder matches is you can't really have much in the way of drama and emotion and all that kind of stuff, selling and everything, because it is just like so many people trying to get in their spots that it is just a spot fest. I mean, that is what it is what it is. But this is where I'm so interested in the women's, because I feel like, you know, you're not going to see like big crazy aerial moves out of them, because as I said, them, you know, Roxanne Perez, Zoey Stark, Gigi Dolin, Tiffany Stratton, Lyra Valkyria, Indi Hartwell. You ain't got no luchas there, have you? So yeah, Johnny or Roxanne Perez for me, and the women's ladder match. So a shout out to you, buds. I think I'm a bit behind here. I talk too much. Let's go down. Creed, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. Appreciate the kind words. I accidentally deleted the message. It is weird, though, that look, says Creed. Yeah, it is strange. The only thing is, as I said, this is the first time he's took some time off. Do you know what I mean? This is the first time that he's actually got out and touched grass. Seen the world. Apparently he went to Italy for a bit. So, I mean, if you think about Vince, he has been go, 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 go. I don't know genuinely when he last had a holiday and when he last had a break. He is just go, 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 go. So whatever happens with Vince at this stage, I think is going to be interesting. But he's. I don't want to say it's not. Finding the words is difficult. I don't want to say that whatever happens is not going to be a surprise, because that's not true. But it's like he has took that step away that I think he's needed to take away for years and years and years and years and years. I mean, he has needed him staying around an Attitude Era, going into Ruthless Aggression. You can understand, right? Then, by the time we get to, say, 2014, that's when it's launching the network. So the network launches in 2014. So can you imagine how long they'd been working on the network? You don't just launch a network, right? So that is years of work, years and years and years of work. So in a way, WWE just doesn't really allow you to step away. It doesn't give you the time to step away. Like, it's just constant. And this is the first time he's took a break. So for him to have had a bit of downtime, have a bit of rest, have a bit of relaxation, you know, if he's decided somehow that's manifested itself in that he's going to grow a moustache, then so be it. So be it. As I said, yeah, if he came back booking, right? If he came back and he was booking, you might even find him doing some a little bit different. Honestly, things might have just evolved and changed a little bit, because he has, I think, stepped outside of the bubble. And I don't know the last time he did that. As someone that streams all the time, right? That is like streaming pretty much every day and doing like looking after Twitter, looking after emails, looking after comments, looking at like a second channel and all this sort of stuff. It is, I can speak from experience, it is so easy to just be inside your own bubble, be inside your own space, and not step out of that and see what else is happening in the world. I get asked all the time, do you watch this YouTube channel? Do you watch that YouTube channel? Do you watch Cultaholic? Do you watch What Culture? The answer is no, I don't, right? Not because I have anything against them. I'm sure they're brilliant. I don't watch them because I don't have time. There is not a chance for me to sit down and regularly watch their content and see what they're saying. Because if I do get a chance to sit down, I'm sitting down and I'm doing some research, or I'm trying to catch up with some news, and I'm trying to find things for us to talk about on the streams, you know? So, like, I can really sympathize with Vince kind of being on that treadmill, running all the time. And now he's finally took a step away and had some downtime, kind of, you know, found himself, if you will, certainly found the moustache. And as I said, I think that could change his perspective on things. And I'm not saying he's going to be a completely different guy or anything like this, but I'm just saying that if there are going to be a few little quirky things that come out now, I don't want to say I'm not going to be surprised, but I think for him to have that time is big for him. It's really big. I think he's needed that time away for a long time. And as I said, you know, when you're on that treadmill, it's very hard to get off. And I think it's going to have been good for him. I think it'll be good for him. So where we go from here now and what happens now, I don't know. Right? I don't know what we're doing. I heard a very interesting comment from Brandon Thurston of WrestleNomics. He said he thinks that the sale could be a distraction from all of the recent allegations. He thinks the sale might not be like happening ever. He thinks that sale like could be a red herring, if you will, distraction. Just because, and it's perfect timing in it if you think about it. I mean, we have not, it's so clever, because we have not sat here, spoken at length or dug into, or, you know, we haven't been seeing investigations into the hush money, you know, the women, the allegations, all that sort of stuff. The stuff that people want to talk about more is what happens if WWE is sold. Like, Vince has gone. Oh, my God. Vince is back. Oh, my God. Vince has got a moustache. Right now, we're talking about Vince having a moustache, right? Not necessarily Vince and the allegations and the hush money and all that kind of stuff. So there's another angle. It could be that he's done it so that when you search for him online, it comes up Vince McMahon mustache. It doesn't come up Vince McMahon hush money. It doesn't come up Vince McMahon allegation. So, you've got that angle as well. So there could be a few levels to this one. It's, again, very interesting. Very, very interesting. He might have found himself like someone on a gap year, or he could have done it so that when you go onto Google, it actually brings up people talking about the fact he's got a mustache rather than, all the more serious stuff. LS Dub said the takeover era was just different. You had to be there to experience the greatness. Seriously, some of the best wrestling shows WWE ever put on. Well said. I completely agree. Some of the stuff, I mean, like, a lot of their matches had such a great build and story and emotion. You think about Tommaso Ciampa, Johnny Gargano. You think about, like, Adam Cole as well, and Gargano, and, like, some of the stories that built, and the way that they were able to, like, pay them off with just incredible matches. I think, and again, like, some people may disagree, I don't know, but I think WWE, and we've spoke about this a few times, NXT in particular, really shifted from bringing in the best indie talent to bringing in next in line talent, which is athletes with potential, right? Which I'm not down on. If you, I mean, we've seen with Logan that if you're an athlete with potential, you can be trained and pick stuff up very quickly. So, like, athletes with potential is just a beautiful lump of clay for you to mold. I believe Bianca was an athlete with potential. She wasn't a wrestler before she came into the Performance Center. So I am not down on athletes coming in with potential, but I do believe that you should mix it in with the best indie talent available. Now, WWE, I think, leaned too hard into athletes with potential. And when we got NXT 2.0 launching, it sort of meant that we didn't have experience. We didn't have, like, really anyone that could be a ring general. We had a few people. They kept, like, Tommaso around and Johnny for a little bit. And there was a few kind of people that stuck around. But by and large, I mean, that was a big refresh. And it was a big reset when we got NXT 2.0. You might remember there was a lot of people that we were seeing for the very first time that when we did this big refresh, rather than just introducing them gradually and, like, making sure that people found their feet, it was just like, bang, here we go. And I think that for me was a bit of a down point, because I know a lot of people didn't like the color scheme, didn't like the logo. That never bothered me. I was never bothered by that. I was a lot more bothered by the fact that the talent, the in-ring stuff, just seriously took a massive step backwards. Thankfully, now they've obviously got so much experience. They found their feet now. And so we're at a place where, the shows are, like, really good, and I enjoy watching on a Tuesday. And I'm looking forward to this show, and I think it's got great potential. But as I said, yeah, I think they leaned a bit too much into it, and that then affected a lot of the shows. That really affected, like, the special shows they were doing, and I think it's took a while to recover from that as well, if I'm going to be honest. But now I think we're in a really good place again. And we've got some big stars ready to go as well. As I said, I really like Carmelo, what he's bringing. I really like Grayson Waller, what he's bringing. I know there's a lot of excitement around Bron Breakker. I struggle a bit with Bron just because I think he's a bit of a muscle meathead type guy who can cut some killer lines, but I don't know that I've seen enough from him on the microphone. I think he's pretty good in ring. Again, I'm struggling to, like, point out 5-star matches, but in WWE that doesn't matter. You don't need 5-star matches to really get on. You just need to be able to hold your own, and WWE will do their best to get behind you, promote you, give you the creative, give you the push, basically. If WWE want you to succeed, there's a really great chance you're going to succeed, or at least there's a great chance you're going to be pushed to that position where you can just continue to flop. Like, they really wanted Diesel, and so they pushed Diesel. And they really wanted Psycho Sid, so they pushed Psycho Sid. And they really wanted Roman Reigns, and they pushed Roman Reigns. And they really wanted John Cena, so they pushed John Cena. Even though a good chunk of fans were not really into any of those at times. Roman famously getting very, very mixed reactions. Cena, let's go Cena. Cena sucks. Mixed reactions. Diesel. I think Diesel's reactions were okay, but certainly I don't think he won the fans over. A lot cooler when he became Kevin Nash. And then you've got Psycho Sid, who is the same as well. So, yeah, I think like Bron might be another one of those where he gets pushed. I don't know that he's quite going to have the relationship with the fans, the chemistry with the fans for various different reasons. And it'll be very interesting to see how he connects and like where we go from here. So there's a lot. I mean, man, there's so much to talk about. There's a lot of interesting stuff going on. Kian said, what's going on with Roman lifting the title in front of Cody instead of lifting both titles? What are your thoughts? My thoughts on that are that the WWE title is the one that it's the one that gets in Cody's head, right? The Universal Championship has been around since 2016, and even though it's a big championship, and even though he totally could have held up both, right? The one that Cody has dreamt of since he was a kid, the one that his dad tried to win and had his hands on, is the WWE title. So as we were doing the live watch along last night, we were saying that holding up that one and pointing at that one, saying this is the one you want, yeah? It's mind games. If he held up both, he's not really playing any mind games other than I'm the champion, right? Here's my belts, I'm the champion. But holding up the one puts all the focus on that one title that Dusty tried to win, that one title that Cody dreamed of winning when he was a kid, that one title that has always evaded Cody Rhodes. The Universal's evaded him, but the Universal has only been around since 2016. Like, I think the Universal came in maybe just after Cody had gone. I don't even know that Cody was with the company when the Universal was introduced. I really don't know. I think it'd be very close, but I think the Universal came in after Cody left. So the Universal doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything. I know a lot of modern fans are really into the Universal, and it has been built very, very well, but its history goes back to 2016. Do you know what I mean? They've done a great job of making it feel important. They've done a great job. Like, they really have treated it with the exact same level respect, and even at times more respect than the WWE title. Doesn't change the fact that WWE title is the one that Bruno Sammartino held, Stone Cold Steve Austin held, The Rock held, Triple H held, Dusty wanted to hold. So, him holding up that, saying this is the one you want, yeah? This is what it's all about for you, yeah? Just some extra mind games for me. So, I don't know what the speculation is. I don't know if people are thinking that, I don't know, that the match might have just changed for one title or something. I don't know. But that was my reading of it. And certainly there's been no, change in the match. It's not like it's now only for the WWE title. I think it's just some very good mind games. Right, scroll up. I want to make sure I've got all the super chats and then get to yes, we are good. Cody already had one foot out the door by the time the Universal came in. I wouldn't mind Cody winning just the WWE title, said Big Time Baxter. I don't think you can do it. That's the only problem, because I think there was an opportunity to do it, but you needed to do it at the start. You needed to make it very clear at the start. I don't think you can change it now, because if you change it now, you might as well just say Cody's winning the match. If you just go this, oh, by the way, this is just for the WWE title. Say Roman has a fit, like, and is like, no, I'm not doing it. He doesn't deserve it. Which is only going to be for the WWE title. Immediately, everyone goes, okay, so Cody wins. So you can't you can't do it now. Like, it needed to be built into the story. It needed to, like, you needed Adam Pearce to say that going forwards, they want the titles to be defended in separate matches. We're really looking to, reinforce the brand split, and Raw needs to have its belt defended on Raw or against Raw superstars or something like this. Like, it needed to be built into the story. I need reasons, good reasons, not last minute reasons, as to why we would only be defending one of the titles. And as I said, to do it now, it would be a bit obvious, I think. Plus, we've made a load of graphics. You know what I mean? There's graphics everywhere saying it's for both. That would also be a problem. Be a bigger person. Don't be a douche. Trust me, it is not hard to ignore someone. Oh, hello. We got some spiciness going on in the chat. Zone, shout out to you. Hope you are well. Mr. Simple Man said, when does it start? That is a great question. And I don't necessarily have the answer. I think, doesn't the kickoff show start in about 18 minutes? So I think we got the kickoff show in 18 minutes. Yes, we do. Kickoff show in 18 minutes. Then we've got Stand and Deliver in 1 hour, 18 minutes. And then apparently the next thing comes on about 2 hours, 45 after that. So 8:45 means that we should be done in about 4 hours. About 4 hours time we should be done. Kickoff show for WrestleMania starts at 11. I think I'm starting my stream at 9, aren't I? Does that mean that we've got literally 15 minutes between this ending and WrestleMania starting? Because, fun fact, I don't have a background yet, because I was going to use an image from the stage reveal from WrestleMania, and the stage reveal was, from a content creator point of view, awful. It was horrific, and we spoke about it yesterday. They don't really pause on the stage for long, and they don't really get a nice level kind of shot of it. It's all very NTV, like, oh, look at this, bang, now look at this, oh, look at this, wow. It's all really fast cuts with some motion on the camera. You just can't get like a clean, not blurry, beautiful like shot of the stage. So annoying. For several reasons, because I wanted to do a video on it, and all the images I was getting looked like trash. And if you look at the images on Twitter, they're all just a bit blurry. They're a bit like the stage is down here. There's lots of sky. It's all a bit like, as a stage reveal video, it was awful. It was awful. The stage itself looks good, but the actual reveal video I was really down on. So I don't have a lovely clean picture, and so I don't actually have like a background for my WrestleMania stream yet. That's a bit of a problem, considering I just found out I might have 15 minutes between the end of this stream and the start of that one, but hey ho. For those just joining us, here's a picture of Vince McMahon with a moustache, and that was something that we were talking about earlier. This is Vince going through his Disney villain phase, which is always exciting to see. So, that's been a big topic of conversation. There he is with Triple H and Rey Mysterio. Kyron said, what are your thoughts on the Bloodline turning on Roman? I think there's a good chance that the Bloodline will break. Yes, I think a takeaway from SmackDown, and we spoke about it at the time during the show, was how the Usos were being made out to be baby faces, which I just thought was really interesting, because you're not meant to have sympathy for the heels. Right? As we're heading into WrestleMania, the job is really easy to do. Like, the heels are bad, nasty. The faces are good and lovely. So to have Kevin saying that he's really conflicted about having to do what he's got to do to the Usos, because they looked after his kids when he was having matches. They were like amongst the first to like congratulate him when he first came up to the main roster. I mean, Kevin Owens basically might have just got the microphone and gone, do you know what? These two here, they're really good guys. They're really good guys. They're being led astray at the moment. They're just being led astray. Because let me tell you, they looked after my kids. They looked after my kid. They looked after me when I first arrived. They're lovely guys. They are so lovely. Like, you might as well have just done that. So I feel like we are definitely setting up for them turning face in the near future, because otherwise, why would you do that? Why would you, like, think about it? We're this close to WrestleMania. You would just, you know, I've always hated you. Do you remember what you used to do to me backstage? Do you remember how you made my kid cry when I was having a match? Like, that's what you should be doing as you're building face versus heel. Like, not some kind of weird building up your opponent before you have the match with them. So for me, that's foreshadowing that there's going to be a face turn. And it's foreshadowing that something's on the horizon. We obviously know that Jimmy has teased he doesn't appreciate the fact that Roman was blaming him for Jay walking off. We know that Jay was very conflicted. And listen, Jay showed that in his body language during the segment last night as well, you know. Both of them sort of looking away like they were being told off, you know, and like Kevin having to say, look at me, because, like, you know, as they were being told about how they was great, but they were, you know, not standing up for themselves and whatever. Now they were sort of like kids being taught head down and everything, and they're like, look at me. It's very interesting. There's a lot of moving parts. Obviously, there was that video doing the rounds of Solo being shouted at like the show. I think was it SmackDown. Solo, you know, the whole "you're not ready" stuff. There's big serious cracks in the bloodline. I don't know when those cracks finally explode and come through. I don't know if that's going to all be a beautiful crescendo at WrestleMania where they all lose their belts and then the bloodline split as well. Or if we try to keep the bloodline going. I mean, I think it'd be interesting if we try to keep the bloodline going and then the cracks actually show, like, at Backlash. Try and keep the bloodline going a bit, right? Roman trying to, you know, guys, look, we can do this. We'll get the belts back, and there's just panic in the bloodline. I'd love to see that. I'd love to see a panicked bloodline trying to regain their power, but also clearly the whole thing is just falling apart. I just think I want to stretch that out a little bit. If you think about how slow the story has been, Bloodline has been for years now, you know, so it's been since what, 2021? 2021. It's been a long story. 2020? Because wasn't Royal Rumble 2021 when he faced Kevin and Jay was getting involved? Like, this has been years. This story has been going for years, and it's been so slow and stretched out. I sort of feel like I want to see that pace continue as the whole thing starts falling apart. I want to see them struggling. I want to see the whole ship creaking and the water pouring in. So I would have them lose their belts. I would have it like them trying to, you know, panic stations, get through to, say, Backlash. Maybe Backlash, you do it there. Eventually, you do a big turn. I think the whole thing breaks apart. I think Roman goes away. I mean, we know that Roman is meant to go away some point after WrestleMania. We don't know if it's going to be after SummerSlam, but we know at some point he's going to go away and take a break. And he deserves it. I don't think anyone begrudges it him. So we know that that's going to happen. So the bloodline split, I feel, is definitely coming. But it's just, when do you do it? When do you do it? And as I said, you could have it all just fall apart at WrestleMania. I mean, maybe the fact it was all so slow and the end was so quick would be quite poetic. But as poetic as it might be, I would still love to see some of them segments. We've seen a very cool Roman backstage, you know, sat just very calm. I would love to see the counter to that, where he's standing, he's panicked, he's shouting, he's like flustered. I want to see that Roman as it all like breaking apart. JB said, JB, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. JB said, Days, how confident are you that Belair retains percentage-wise? 70-30. 70-30. I've got a good, serious doubt that they have swerved us. I think the build has been horrific. It's been one of the worst builds I've seen for a championship match. But we made the comparison of that match to Undertaker and Brock. And I think it's a very good comparison. Because, again, if you was around at the time, no one was giving Brock a chance. And the way that you can see that that's true is the amount of shock that was caused by when it ends. You know, when it ends and the streak is over, look at the shock. Look at the expressions, right? We did not go into that match going, this is it. This is it. Yeah, there we go. There it is. Yeah, okay, there it is. Right, I was in a pub watching live, and I can tell you the air was sucked out of the room, right? Everyone was just hands on their heads. It was, I mean, looking back on it now, that was only 2014. I actually don't know how WWE managed to do it. I think it was because it just went under the, like, Daniel Bryan. I suppose in a way, again, the comparisons are the same in the sense of everyone's talking about Sammy. Everyone's talking about Cody. Everyone's talking about Roman. How much time do we talk about Bianca and Asuka? We don't spend any time talking about them. They are going under the radar, right? Considering it's a championship match featuring Bianca Belair, who has main evented WrestleMania 2 years ago, had one of the best women's matches in WrestleMania history last year. She's been champion since WrestleMania last year. She is, you know, one of their big stars. I mean, she is bigger than I think people give her credit for, to be honest. She is a big star. Would not surprise me if she was on the cover of 2K24 next year. Maybe she wouldn't be on her own, but she could be either as well. But, you know, like when we had Becky and Roman, I could totally see it being Bianca and Cody on the cover next year or something. Big star. And so, like, she is going under the radar a little bit. And that is exactly what happened with Undertaker Brock. Went under the radar because everyone was talking about Daniel Bryan. It was all Daniel Bryan. Everyone was talking about Daniel. If we were doing these watch-alongs in 2014, the conversation would be exactly the same as it is now. What do you think's happening with Cody? What do you think's happening with Roman? But just change those names to Batista, Triple H, Daniel Bryan, right? It was all Daniel Bryan. And so the Undertaker thing goes under the radar, and oh my God, the streak comes to an end, right? The Bianca thing goes under the radar. Oh my God, she loses the title. I think there's a really good chance that they're playing that again. I really think there's a good chance they're doing that exact same thing again. But there is obviously also a very good chance that it's just been a rubbish build and it's just been rubbish and they just haven't invested in it because they don't need to, because this isn't the time the title's changing. But you see, I would argue they do need to because they've just refreshed Asuka. So why would you refresh Asuka and now get to WrestleMania and just not bother? And just, yeah, it's whatever. You know, that's not a focus for us. We're more focused on Sammy. We're more focused on Cody. Why would you do Asuka dirty like that? She's never let you down. She's always been there. She's not trouble backstage. Lovely woman. Triple H loves her. Backed her in NXT. Refreshed her. I mean, look, he took over in July, was it? August? And then by the time we get to January, she's been refreshed. She's coming out, new face paint, new music, and then by the time we get to WrestleMania, he's backed out of it. It doesn't add up. Something doesn't add up. So I don't know if it's just because he's only got so much time and he's got to focus on the big main events and, you know, I'm sorry, but I just cannot get to you. I don't know if it's that situation or if it's Undertaker Brock flying under the radar. Oh my God, big shock, new champ. I've got Bianca winning, right? Because I think that it's, what's the likelihood? What's more likely? I think it's more likely Bianca retains and that this build has been rubbish, unfortunately. I think that's more likely than this has been done on purpose to swerve us. Those are the two options. Is this been done on purpose to swerve us? Or has the build just been a bit rubbish? I think more likely the build has just been a bit rubbish, right? But there is a very good chance that it's the swerve. So I'm going to go with 70-30. It might even be 65-35, kind of around that ballpark. I think for me, it's not 50-50. I think for me, I am definitely on the side of it being more a rubbish build. But keep an eye on it. Definitely keep an eye on it. Because there's a very good chance that it's a swerve. Jay said, looking to do a big bet. Ladbrokes have got 1-1 on Belair winning. It's a double your money, basically. I would be wary of it. I really would. I'd be wary of it. I don't know that I would touch it because I think I'm about 70-30. I'm really not convinced. I think, I don't know what the odds are on Sammy and Kevin winning. I'd feel pretty good about Sammy and Kevin winning. I think you could definitely go with that. I think you could go, let's see if we can find 3. Are there 3 matches that you can put into a parlay that might be a juicy parlay? I feel really good for Kevin and Sammy. Feel really good for them. I need the, how long have we got? We've got 3 minutes. Let's see if we can find a 3-match parlay that might be tasty. I don't think I'd put Bianca Asuka in. Edge Demon. Tricky. That's tricky because I feel like it's Demon, but it could be Edge because it's been such a big build. Ray Dominic's a bit tricky. I feel like Seth Logan should be Seth. I feel like Seth Logan should be Seth. I feel like Theory Cena should be Theory. So you could go Theory, Seth, Usos, and Sammy to win. Brock definitely beating Amos. Yeah. Yeah, that I feel Brock and Moss. I'm definitely with Brock. The only thing I would say is who needs it more, though, and it's definitely a Moss that needs it more. But I do agree that I think if I had to pick a side there, I would say I'm definitely more confident Brock beats a Moss than I am Bianca beats Asuka. But yeah, I still think the majority. I'm still the majority, leaning towards it being Bianca. I'm confident Rhea beats Charlotte. Yeah, do you know the only stumbling block in that one is I can't stop thinking about Backlash because last year I would have said the exact same thing about Ronda Rousey. Ronda Rousey and Charlotte last year. It's a no-brainer. Ronda's winning that match because Ronda is not losing at WrestleMania again. She got pinned at WrestleMania 35. Do you really think she's come back at WrestleMania 38 and is going to be willing to lose that belt and not win the title? So I would have said she is leaving with that belt. And lo and behold, she didn't. She didn't leave with the title. They end up doing the rematch at WrestleMania Backlash. Ronda actually was pinned. She got pinned. They didn't even do like a count out win for her where the belt didn't change hands. She outright lost the match. Ronda was pinned by Charlotte Flair. It's mental. It's mental. So I look at that and I go, are they going to do the same here? Is Rhea going to just get close and just miss out, and then they do the rematch at Backlash? Because you've got to have big matches at Backlash. You've got to have big matches at Backlash. So I don't know. I don't know. I agree. I feel good that Rhea's going to do it, and I think I've predicted Rhea to do it. But I do also look at Backlash and think, what big matches do we do there? Do we do a little summer at WrestleMania just to, hold off? I can't wait to see Brock wanting to put a Moss. I'd imagine no matter what, Brock gets a final say on that. Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, I think like him against slaying the Giant. I would go Brock. Yeah, I would say if you was going to put a parlay together, I feel good about Sammy and Kevin. Yeah, I feel good about Brock. I probably feel good about Brock as I do about anyone. I feel good about Theory. I don't think Cena's sticking around. I feel good for Theory. So I feel good for Theory. And I think if you really want to go for it, push the boat out, I would go Seth over Logan. That's 4 matches that you can put into a parlay. I don't think any of them are going to have good odds. But you put all 4 in a parlay, you might get a nice return there. The only thing I would say is, listen, this is wrestling, right? And with wrestling, you never know. There's lots of reasons as to why we do certain things. And one of them could be, as we said, backlash could definitely be, some of the catches us off guard. So you just got to consider that. How many matches do you think are going to be in the first half an hour? How many matches will be in the first half an hour of what? WrestleMania? One. I think the first match normally gets time. So I reckon the first will get 1. Plus also, don't forget, you've got the intro. Welcome to WrestleMania. Maybe we do America the Beautiful and all that kind of stuff. And then I think we go to the first match. Roman to beat Cody. Yeah, I mean, I've got Cody winning, so I feel 90-10 Cody. I feel pretty good for Cody, actually. You see, Backlash is not big enough to do the rematch. You can do the rematch, but not where the title changes hands. The Backlash is a 20,000-seater arena. In fact, it might even be less, right? So if you're going to put the belt on Cody, you're doing it in front of 85,000. You ain't doing it in front of 20,000 in Puerto Rico, right? You're not doing that. It's going to be either WrestleMania or you wait till SummerSlam, all right? When Cody gets the belt, it's got to be on one of the biggest stages. And that big stage is WrestleMania. So I know a lot of people want the 1,000 days and all that kind of stuff. I think it's going to be difficult for Roman to get there. I really do. If someone gave me some money, which I'd really appreciate, I would be putting it down on Cody winning. Brock is definitely winning. He needs it more. Amos literally has only had a couple of singles matches. Brock has lost quite a bit since last year. Brock needs it more, and he will, said our wrestling channel. Bonkers said it's got to be Edge. He's won a singles. Has he won a singles match against Judgment Day? Yeah, but the problem is Edge is getting towards the end of his career, isn't he? Like, Edge doesn't really need the win because I don't think he's sticking around a long time. Whereas Finn Balor apparently is going to have a big push after WrestleMania. Now, you could definitely make the argument that he loses and then goes into his big push, you know? But equally, don't forget it's the Demon. Are we seriously going to see the Demon lose at WrestleMania under Triple H? This isn't Vince, because under Vince, we've already seen the Demon lose against Roman. Are we going to do it again? Are we going to really kill the Demon character? In fact, I would go as far as to say Edge coming towards the end of his career, Demon being involved, really makes me think Finn Balor. I might even go as far as to say, put that down as if you want a 5-person parlay for those reasons that I just gave. Sammy and Kevin, Brock, Theory, Seth, Finn Balor. I tell you, I'd be interested in the odds on that. Might put a shilling down. I might put a bit of shrapnel on that myself. There was a rumor that Brock wanted to put over a Moss, says Jojo. I think the Brock one is tricky. I feel good for Brock winning because I think that he is in need of a win. I think he has lost a lot of WrestleManias. I think that Amos could very much be in that giant Gonzalez mold of a giant that, you know, Brock can beat and look good and credible again, get a bit of credibility back. I don't know that Amos is ready to get a win like that and be able to capitalize on it. if he was Gunther, let's say Gunther was the size of a Moss, and we end up doing the match, then I would say, yes, it makes sense for a Moss to win because he's credible, he's good, there's a bright future. I look at a Moss and I don't know that I see that bright future. I'm not saying we need to cut him or anything. I'm just saying that he is literally nothing more than a spectacle. He's literally nothing more than tall. That's all he is. He's tall. That's all you really get out of him. He's tall. And I don't know that we can really capitalize on a win over Brock. I mean, you can certainly shout about it. MVP can shout about it. They can certainly build up till, build him up as like the Brock killer and all this kind of stuff. But the problem is, you put him in another match and the bell's going to ring and it's going to look awful. He's not going to be able to capitalize on beating Brock. So that's why I don't know if it doesn't make more sense for Brock to beat Amos and Brock to just get a bit of momentum. Brock's got to beat people to get momentum. And Amos is someone that you can easily feed to Brock. And it looks good. And he's tall. That might be one of the big reasons why we're doing it. Brock needs a win. Brock has lost a lot of matches. Who can we put in the ring with Brock that he can beat that is going to look good? Now, LA Knight would not have been a bad shout, actually. But the only problem is the crowd would have been with LA Knight. I think people like Brock and they're into Brock, but LA Knight is really red hot at the moment. So it's probably a good thing it's not LA Knight. Because, as I said, there'd be a chunk of the crowd that really want LA Knight to get the win. I don't think there's that many people rooting for Amos. Amos is a great opponent for Brock when you think about it in that regard. Brock needs a win. Who do we put him in there with? This is why Brock and Gunther, it's not the right time for that match. It's not the right time for Brock and Gunther because you can't have Brock go over Gunther. Gunther's still undefeated. I think when these two meet, it needs to be a bit further down the road. I think even Gunther said he's glad that this isn't the time. Gunther said he got everything he wanted when he had that moment in the Royal Rumble, and it was him and Brock. He got everything he wanted out of that moment. And I think if this match was happening now, I would like to think they would go with Gunther, but I don't know. I do agree. I think Brock could do with a victory because he lost to Roman. He's lost to Bobby. He's lost to Roman. The win that he got against Bobby was fluky at Crown Jewel when he was in the hurt lock and he leant backwards and got a pin count, and then he got battered by Bobby after. Then in the rematch, he low blows him, gets DQ'd, so he loses that. He lost to Roman at SummerSlam. He lost to Roman at WrestleMania. He's had a lot of L's. I can totally understand him wanting a dub. And if you sit there and go, right, well, we need Brock at Mania and he needs a dub. Who can we put in there? How about Amos? He's a giant. We can definitely sell the face-to-face. We could do a weigh-in, all that kind of stuff. So looking at it that way, I feel pretty good that that's the reason why they've done it. But equally, for those that think that they're doing it to give Amos a big win, I suppose you could go that way. But the only thing I would say is that Amos lost to Braun last year. So Amos losing to Braun makes me think that they're not looking to massively build him. I think he's just a giant that goes into matches when we need a giant. And, he lost to Braun. That was to get Braun a good win. Now he's going in against Brock, and I think this is to give Brock a good win, and so on, so on. We've got Tiffany in LA. This is good. Rodeo Drive. So we've got Tiffany Stratton on Rodeo Drive. She said, I'm going to leave LA with the most luxurious accessory, and that is the NXT Women's Championship. I just had a Tiffany epiphany. The Tiffy top. Everything about Tiffany Stratton, I just shouldn't like, but she does this so well. Toodles. She does it so well. I think there's a good chance she could win. I would love to see. Oh, look, here's Indi Hartwell saying a few words now. So we've just seen Tiffany talking about being the women's champ. Now we've got Indi Hartwell discussing the possibility. She says it's been a roller coaster. There she is in the Rumble. Heartbreak. There's her with Dexter when Dexter was arrested last year. I'm not fighting for a tag team. I'm not fighting for a partner. I'm fighting for myself, says Indi. I've got to win the big one. Now here's Zoey. These are great. I love these. I love the fact that we're looking at all of the participants in this women's match and we're really seeing what it means to them. Tiffany wants it as an accessory. Indi's talking about how this could be a last chance. Zoe's talking about growing up and dreaming about being in the industry. This arena has seen hundreds and hundreds of moments, says Zoey. Oh, I wanted to hear from the others. Maybe we'll get some of those later. Right, Sparta Branda said Roman could beat Cody, devastating him so that Roman can get to 1,000 days. During this start, having the bloodline dissolve over the next few months, near SummerSlam, have Cody come back and make it personal. Yes, I don't disagree. That is definitely a possibility. The only thing I would say is that if you want to crown Cody and tell the world this is your guy, this is the guy, then this is the stage to do it. SummerSlam is a big stage, but it is not anywhere near as big as what WrestleMania is. So this is definitely the stage that you do it on. You can wait for SummerSlam, but it's just that little bit smaller. It's just that little bit smaller. That's the only thing. Honestly, that's the only thing that makes me... only thing that makes me kind of think it's got to be now. Because honestly, Cody doesn't have to win it at the first time of trying. He doesn't have to win it at the first time of trying. But it's definitely a possibility that we could see Roman retain. We're just seeing Gallus. We've just got lots of... this kickoff show is really interesting, you know. We're just getting loads of like little video clips and bits and bobs on Twitter. Svar, yes, you are correct, but you are correct. It could go that way. I'm still saying Cody, personally, but not long to find out. What is it? About 30 some hours. Steve said, I said it when it was announced. Wyatt is going to interfere in the Hell in a Cell match. Edge can sell to Wyatt easily. Maybe New Brood versus Wyatt 6 incoming. It's interesting. I think the only thing I would say is I feel that Wyatt is a face. People like cheering him. Like LA Knight was a heel when they feuded. I can't say that I've seen really anything from Bray where he's turned on the fans or anything like that. Edge is a face. So, I mean, we'd be doing face versus face if we do that. I don't know if it would make more sense for him to go after the Demon and Finn Balor, but the problem there is who loses. Someone's got to lose. And that's the reason why I think it's difficult to do Wyatt versus Demon Balor, because someone has to win, someone has to lose. And I think people want to see Demon Balor being built up. And I think people want to see Bray Wyatt being built up. So you've sort of got to keep them two apart. I think Balor, Bray and Edge does make a lot of sense. I think you can do it because Edge is coming towards the end of his career. He's credible. He's a legend. The only caveat, he's a face. If he was a heel, no-brainer. No-brainer. Makes total sense. But the fact that he's a face, I don't know. Unless we're turning Bray heel, which I just don't think we're going. I don't think we're going to do. I don't think we're going to do that. Makes me just doubt that might be the direction. But listen, if it does go that way, Steve, you've called it. You've called it. Because I definitely have not predicted that. So if it does go that way, then yeah, you've definitely called it. I don't know that I've seen anyone else mention that, actually. Right. James said, shock twist HBK super kicks Gargano to help Waller win. Imagine HBK super kicks Johnny Gargano to help Waller win. That would be interesting. That's a fun little swerve. Didn't think of that either. Kian said, if Cena wins tonight, do you think Bron will answer Cena's open challenge for the US title if Cena beats Theory tonight? If Cena beats Theory, I think there could be a US Open challenge. Do I think Bron would answer it? I think there is a good chance that Bron could answer it, yeah. Equally, could be someone like Carmelo. It could be a few. Could be Grayson Waller. Could be Switchblade Jay White. I think if you do a Cena Open challenge, it would be very, very interesting. The only downside with that is Austin Theory at WrestleMania. Like, we're trying to build him up as like, a big future star. I feel like we're sort of sacrificing Theory a little just to create that moment when honestly, like, I don't think someone like Carmelo or Bron or Grayson or even Switchblade, I don't think they need to walk out on Monday and compete for the United States title. I don't think we need to do that. I think we can easily do an open challenge and just, there will be a pop for someone being called up. So if we do an open challenge, say Seth Rollins does an open challenge on Monday, or even John Cena does an open challenge on Monday, even though he lost, you can still use that as a way of bringing up Grayson, Bron, or whoever. Like, it doesn't necessarily mean that we have to have the title involved. So I sort of feel like I think that would be a shame for Theory to lose, to be honest. I think if Theory loses, I think that we've done him dirty on a big stage. Like, at what point are we going to really get behind him? Because he won Money in the Bank, and then it's, no doubt in my mind, the worst cash-in I have ever seen. Like, we really screwed him over with that cash-in. So, like, he was doing the selfie stuff, right? Didn't he lose last year to Pat? So we did him dirty there. Then he wins Money in the Bank, right? Okay, we're going to try and build him up. We give him the worst cash-in ever, right? Then he goes back to being the United States champion, which he already had before, right? Since then, I can't say we've done a great deal with him, right? Now he's got a big match against John Cena, right, at WrestleMania. Are we going to do him dirty again and have him lose on this big stage against John Cena, who's not going to be sticking around? I mean, it would be a surprise. I think a lot of people, myself included, have got Austin Theory winning. So it would definitely be a surprise. So you could have it, if you want a shock factor, a shock moment. And as you said, it would set up a nice thing on Raw. But I think we can still get the nice things on Raw anyway, without Cena having to win the title. So just looking at it from a Austin Theory point of view, I really would have him win. I really would have him win. I'd have Theory win. I'd still do an open challenge on Monday. Maybe not by Theory, although it could be Theory. Because if he's going to lose, If he's gonna lose, have it happen on Raw rather than at WrestleMania, because more people will watch WrestleMania. It's a massive show. And, have him lose on Raw than WrestleMania. So if you really want Bron to be the United States champ, or Carmelo to be the United States champ, or you want someone else, Switchblade, to be the champ, then have them win it from Theory on Monday rather than Cena on Monday. I would do it that way. But I'm not WWE, am I? So it could be that it goes the way that you've said, with Cena winning. We've got Roxanne Perez with the women's title. I'm finally here. I know I can do this. I don't care how many people think it would be cool for Cena to win and do an open challenge. It's not worth sacrificing Theory's momentum. It's very difficult to recover from. Why couldn't Theory accept the open challenge? So we're just seeing Roxanne surrender the NXT Women's Championship. And there we go. NXT North American Championship Open Challenge tonight. Dragon Lee, JD McDonagh, Wesley, Ilja Dragunov, and Axiom. Open Challenge. Days, interestingly, Cena's movie schedule post-Mania is light, which makes me think that he could be winning tonight, says Alfie. Alfie said, to be honest, Cena is busy with movies. He won't win as he doesn't have time for being a champion. Phenomenal Presence says, do you know what I think will happen at Backlash? We will get Sammy and Kevin tag team champs and Cody as champ versus Uso and Solo. So you think we get Sammy and Kevin as champs, Cody as champ against Uso and Solo? Oh, you think we get a 6-man tag? Yeah, we could do. That's a good shout. Josie said, if Cena wins, I agree. Where is WWE going with Theory? What do you think will be the match of the week? I don't know about the week, but the weekend, I am going to say Roman Cody. I'm going to go Roman Cody just because I think there's going to be so much emotion. I don't think it has to work as hard as other matches. If you are Seth and Logan, then, there's an expectation there, but the 3 counts or whatever, they're not going to be as dramatic. I don't think people are going to care quite as much if Logan beats Seth or if Seth beats Logan as they are when it comes to who wins in Roman Cody. The emotion, the stakes, everything is so much higher. The investment is so much higher in that match that it just doesn't have to work as hard. So I would say that, it's maybe a boring answer, but I think that you can easily get to the OMG, this is awesome chance just with, a bit of a normal match, slow build, quicken the pace, start doing a few moves, start doing a few pins, 2 counts, little bit of outside interference, go for another pin. Someone Solo wallops Cody with the belt. Cody goes down. Roman for the pin. 1, 2. Cody gets the shoulder up. Randy Orton comes down maybe to deal with Solo. You got Brandy grabbing a hold of Paul Heyman. Like all these like little bits that would be so easy, and I'm sure we will see in the match. Effortless to get that match to oh my God, this is crazy type situation, Whereas, as we said, the other matches are just going to have to work that little bit harder, aren't they? To kind of, because the stakes are just not as high. But I think that Gunther, Sheamus, Drew, all 3 of those guys, absolutely brilliant. They can absolutely kill it. So you definitely can look at those guys. I think you can definitely look at, Seth Logan, I think will be great. I don't know about Theory Cena because we're just waiting for Theory to get going, aren't we? That's how I feel anyway. I just feel like I'm waiting for him to really get going. This could be the weekend that he turns up. If he's going to turn up, this weekend would be a great one. I think that he's good on the microphone. I think he's fine in the ring. He's solid in the ring. I think, he's... I've actually seen him have some great matches with Evolve and down in NXT. He is capable of great matches. I just don't think we've quite seen it on the main roster yet. And so against John Cena, this is a fantastic opportunity for him. So, yeah, I think there's definitely a chance there. I don't really have high hopes for Trish, Lita, Becky, Damage Control. Not that I'm down on it. I just think that, Lita, Trish, they've been out the ring a little while. Sometimes it's tricky with the legends. And there's a lot of moving parts there as well. So I think it's got potential to be a great match, but maybe not steal the weekend. Braun, Ricochet, the showcase match. Again, it's going to have multi-person spots. It's going to be one of those that's going to be a fun little thing on a pre-show. Back in the day, I would imagine that would be a fun thing on the pre-show. We don't do matches on the pre-show anymore. So I'm not really expecting much from that. Rey, Dominic, I think could be a sleeper, honestly. I think there's going to be a lot of emotion. And actually, I was thinking last night, how blessed... This is actually such a better way of doing the Hall of Fame, because how brilliant that you get to see Rey at the Hall of Fame and you get the emotion of Rey and you hear his backstory and you hear about how hard, and I don't know if you watch the Hall of Fame with us, or even just watch the Hall of Fame, but that moment where he talks about wanting to be a wrestler and going away to try and make it work and not having any money, and Angie, his wife, having to send him money so that he could pursue his dream of being a professional wrestler. And he started to get upset and everything. You just go, oh my God, it was right in the feels, And it was a fantastic moment. But you have that thank you, Rey moment and all of that. How lucky are we that just 24 hours later, we get to watch him compete. We have just honored this legend. We have just recognized and listened to the stories of this legend. And I don't know about you, but you just want to watch them work. I want to watch them compete. You listen to Andy Kaufman's family and you're like, I wish Andy was here. You want to see them and you want to see them in action. I want to see them one more time. And I think with the Hall of Fame, when we're putting in people that have had their careers, you obviously can't. But with Rey, we can. We can tune into WrestleMania and we can watch this legend. I mean, think about Conan and how big he was with his induction speech. That induction speech was one of the greatest ever from Conan. And he's talking about how he has, changed the landscape of wrestling. How you can go from England to Japan and find Rey Mysterio masks. And he talks about how this is an icon, this is a legend. And I'm eating it up. I'm just there going, yeah, man, eating it up. And then you fast forward 24 hours later and we can watch this legend at work. We do not appreciate how fortunate we are in regards to being able to watch. If you are a wrestling historian, a fan of wrestling, we will look back on this time and Rey Mysterio will be a big part of this time. The impact that he had on wrestling, he is a bona fide legend. As we said, easily in the top 10 mass wrestlers of all time, maybe even the top 5. For many people, he is the number 1 masked lucha wrestler ever for many, many people. It's hotly debated. It's what, you can definitely chuck in a lot of other names, but for many, many people, I'd say he could also be the most famous now. So the fact that we get to watch him work, we should not overlook that match, him against his son. And the build has been fantastic. It's been one of the best builds of all of WrestleMania. It's one of the hottest stories. Dominic getting up and walking out during his speech got a lot of attention as well. I mean, everyone's waiting to see what Dominic was going to do. I thought they played it perfect. I don't want to see Rey getting beaten up during his speech. This is Rey's moment. He will not get another opportunity to go in the Hall of Fame. I don't know what else we could put him in with. I think this could be his one and only time. This could have been his moment of him going into the Hall of Fame. Don't want to be working an angle, you know. You want to be able to go back, people in the future, and be able to listen to Rey and his stories. You don't want to be interrupted by Dominic because it just turned out at that time we were doing a match, you know? Got to think bigger picture. So I thought they played it perfect. Dominic getting up and walking out, very disrespectful, but it allowed Rey to carry on. And I thought they nailed it. So I can't say it's going to steal the weekend, but I think it is. I'm gonna go as this is gonna shock you. I'm gonna go as far to say it is the match I am most excited about today. The match, the number one match I am most excited for is Rey against Dominic. After last night as well. After last night and everything we heard and how Conan was talking about him, and it's just I don't know. Maybe I've been not underestimating, but overlooking Rey a little bit, you know, because it hasn't been brilliant in recent years. I thought his tag team with Dominic was quite stale. And then, of course, you know, since they split, it's just been a lot of Dominic trying to provoke Rey and Rey just trying to have matches and carry on with his career, but not being able to. And this story has gone for a long time, but oh my God, it's paying off now. Like, we've put the work in and committed to this story, and oh my God, it's paying off now. So, yeah, I'm really looking forward to that match. Charlotte against Rhea. I think it'll be really good. I keep saying it. I think it was my favorite in-ring match from WrestleMania 36. Could be a sleeper. Could be a banger. Could be good. So definitely look at that. And then today we got Usos, Kevin Owens, Sami Zayn, which amazing story, bloodline story. The only thing I'm going to say, people know I'm going to say it, I just feel like this is a real come down after Montreal. I just think Montreal was the time to pull the trigger, and we didn't, and that's fine. But, like, I can't really get excited about tag belts. Not when Sammy was so close to, he was one win away from beating Roman and getting those titles, and now he's going after the tag belts. And Kevin Owens obviously main evented WrestleMania last year. So this isn't like, if they main event tonight, I'll feel really great for Sammy. I'll feel really great for the Usos, and it'll be nice for Kevin, but he did do it last year. So I still don't know what the main event is. It's been heavily teased that it's Charlotte and Rhea, but it could be the Usos. And in fairness, it should be the Usos. The work the Usos has done has been fantastic, right? I would say that is probably the second match I'm most looking forward to. Sammy, Kevin, Usos. And as I said, I think if Montreal hadn't have happened, I think it might be the first match I'd be most looking forward to. But it's just that little come down after Montreal. That's the only thing. So, but still, as I say, probably the second match. I think Charlotte Rhea's got great potential though. Rey, Dominic, Seth Logan, I'm sure will be a great match. Theory, Cena as well, I think could really, really deliver. So I think there's loads today. Honestly, I really like this card. I've said before, I'm really into this card. I think Bianca, Asuka, as we were talking about earlier, could be there catching us off guard. I don't think anyone doubts the match is going to be great. It's just the build has not got people excited. So I think Bianca Asuka has got great potential. Gunther, Sheamus, Drew. How can you overlook that? Edge Finn, I think, will be all right in Hell in a Cell, but I don't think it will steal the weekend. Brock and Moss will not steal the weekend. I think it's Roman Cody that steals the weekend just because of the emotion. So that's kind of a very quick run through of the cards. But as we said, it's getting closer. It's getting closer. We're only, 25 minutes away from Stand and Deliver starting. Right now, it is the kickoff show. They're just going through the matches. There's no match on the kickoff show. They're just talking about Bron. They're talking about Carmelo and just going through the cards. We have been looking and talking about that cards. And as we said, there's plenty of great matches coming up for this NXT show, which starts in just over 25 minutes. NXT Women's title match is going to start NXT. I think I heard them say, said James. I'm really looking forward to the women's title match, you say. I'm really looking forward to that. That is, on this one, Johnny Gargano, Grayson Waller, or Fallon, Henley, no, not Fallon, Henley, Roxanne, Perez, Zoey Stark, Gigi, Dolin, Tiffany, Stratton, Lyra, Valkyria, Indi, Hartwell. That women's ladder match and Johnny Gargano, those are the two I'm really pumped for this one. I'm just a bit distracted because on the Wikipedia page, it has Chase University and Tyler Bate against Schism as being on the pre-show. According to Wikipedia, I can see it right here. It's got that match as a pre-show match. Now, we've only got 24 minutes left of a pre-show, so I don't know if we are getting that match on the pre-show or not. But according to Wikipedia, it's listed as being a pre-show match, so we'll have to wait and see. I thought they said Chase U Schism was on the kickoff. It is a matter of the kickoff. Okay, well, I mean, there is still time, but it's just going to be a short match, isn't it, seemingly? If it is going to be on the kickoff, we're going to have to go over to it very quickly, and then it can still get 10, 15 minutes. We have still got time, but they're going to have to get to it quite quickly. A Day with Jai said, here's Booker T coming out. I know you've not mentioned it. What do you think The Miz has got up his sleeve with being host? I think there'll be some. I think there'll be some stuff with The Miz. I could see him interacting with legends. I could see him interacting with some people that come back. I don't know that I can see him interacting with any of the matches or anything, but I do. I can see definitely moments. Definitely moments. I think there's a great chance to get Randy. I think there's a great chance we do something with, say, Big E. I could see Big E coming out, getting a great reaction from the fans. I don't think he'll do anything, but could we see, I don't know what the situation is with Kofi, but could we see New Day come out as a 3 and something along those lines? I think we're going to get plenty of celebrities. I mean, when they did the launch party for the tickets, we got Fluffy Iglesias, who doesn't mean anything to me, but I believe is a pretty decent comedian in America. We got him. We got Snoop Dogg, who came out. Amazing. We got JoJo Siwa, right? Who, again, doesn't do anything for me, but she's a name, and she was on Miz TV. And that was just for the launch of the tickets, right? That's when they did a separate little mini show last year. So, yeah, I'm sort of looking at it thinking, like, it's going to be some big celebrity names. And, we're probably going to get Miz involved in that. I could see there being a Miz TV. Easy. Miz TV makes total sense. WrestleMania edition of Miz TV. And then some backstage stuff and a few little links and a few things on the entrance stage. Something like that. Rory, shout out to you, said lots of people here. People still filing in. Well, yeah, welcome to everyone that's joining us. And actually, it's a good time to join us, because here we go. Let's go. We've got Chase U and Tyler Bates taking on Schism. This is on the kickoff show. So Chase U and Tyler Bate against Schism. Thea Hale making her way down. They've got red lines on their cheeks. There's Tyler Bate. He's got red as well. He's got the Chase U flag over his shoulders. There's some Chase U students in the entranceway. Andre Chase in the entranceway as well. So the winner, of course, gets the school. Whoever wins gets the school. And we did get a glimpse of what Schism would do if they got that school on NXT. Lights out. This is the debut match of The Rock's daughter as well. So again, if you haven't been watching NXT, here's Schism. They got some cool masks. So they've actually changed the colors. We've got black masks with like yellow lines on. It's got like a smile and it's got the eyes. That looks cool, man. Those masks look cool. Schism making their way down them. They're like glow in the dark as well. Those masks look great. They're good masks. They're really nice masks. So there's Schism, 4 roots, 1 tree. And that is, of course, the Rock's daughter. Let's go Thea. Ava Raine hasn't had a match. I don't believe so, no. Unless she's been doing some matches on NXT Level Up. She's always been on the outside of the ring. So Ava on the outside of the ring. Shoulder tackle. Down goes Andre Chase. Andre Chase starting us off. But let's go Chase U, said WWE and AEW fan. Rob said, I'm late, but I wouldn't miss Thea Hale for the world. Go Chase U. Right, we are up and running. I believe we are in the same arena, the Staples Center. Isn't it called like Cryptic.com Arena or something now? It's not called Staples Center anymore, unfortunately. Tyler Bates, lovely work. Knee strike there by Tyler Bates. Bit of a shame that Tyler's in this match and we don't have Tyler in like a singles thing, but a lot of multi-person matches on this card. Duke Hudson being tagged in. Duke Hudson having a bit of a disagreement here with Tyler Bate. Bit of pushing and shoving. Thea slap tags herself in. Thea's in the ring. Thea screaming at Ava. Here we go. And she tags straight back out again. Nice, good heel work. Thea Hale wants to go. Thea Hale will go after anyone. Look, Thea Hale was just shouting at Joe Gacy. She was ready to go at Gacy. Gacy planting down Andre Chase. So Thea Hale was desperate to get going there, but Ava was not having it. Tagged herself straight back out again. Of course, the women can only compete against the women. Men can only compete against the men. Have Thea Hale fight to get the school back if Schism wins, said JoJo. The arena hasn't been able to get out of its contracts. Rory, shout out to you. Brennan said, can you sing the Tyler Bates song you used to? Well, I feel like we're underway with the match right now. And there's Tyler Bates getting the cover. So I'm not sure we're going to get a chance here because it is breakneck speed as Ava gets tagged in. Back in is Thea Hale. Here we go, the women back in the ring. Thea Hale is fired up, man. Ava pushes her. Thea, these two locking up. Oh, look at the strength of Thea Hale there. Thea Hale goes down. Ava coming over, round the back goes. I tell you what, Ava's got a bit of size to her. Do you know what I mean? There's a bit of size to Ava here. Certainly towers over Thea Hale, looking for a lovely little snap suplex there. Going for the cover. 1, 2. And Thea Hale managing to kick up. Ava grabbing Thea and got her by the hair. She's picking her up by the hair and slams her down. I love the facial expression of Thea Hale there. As she was being picked up, she was like, ah. So Ava walking over Thea. Oh, here's Thea trying to fire back. Duck underneath. Good work there by Thea Hale. Kick to the midsection. Knee strike by Thea Hale as well. Thea running over. Collides into Ava. Looking for... Oh, that's a nice suplex. Goes over. Lovely. Shaking the ropes. Bounces off. Sent on. 1. Oh, and we've got outside interference. Tell you what, considering those two are probably amongst two of the greenest talents that we see on a regular basis. That was not a bad little exchange. So we got the women. Did you see Rick Steiner's comments? Homophobic and transphobia to other wrestlers. Yeah, I did. I've only seen the one side of it though. So I mean, I'm guessing it's true. I can't imagine that they would lie about it. But I would be very interested to hear his side of it. I mean, did he say it and he's just got literally no excuse? Because in this day and age, it feels like a very, very weird thing to be saying and shouting in a public space. Do you know what I mean? It's one thing if he's got those beliefs and those thoughts, for him to think those thoughts and have those thoughts like and keep them to himself. It's a very, very different thing for him to be shouting them out in a public space. I don't understand. And what with his kid being in NXT, and I don't understand. I just don't understand. So, like, I really feel on this one, like, I want to hear the other side of the story. Like, was he just drunk and just being, like, I don't know. I don't know why he would do that. I mean, maybe he's just a horrible person. He's just a douche. I don't know. I really don't know. I can't say I've heard from other people that were there that have like said this definitely happens. I believe that it did, because I don't know the wrestler, but why would the wrestler lie about it? So I believe it happened, but like, I don't know. It's so such a weird thing to do in a public space in front of people at a WrestleCon. Tyler Bate gets dumped to the outsides. Jay said, why would you shout it out? You must know there would be a comeback. Maybe he was drunk. Yeah, and let's be honest, being drunk does not excuse anything, right? But at least it would go somewhere. If he came out and said, I'm so sorry, I was drunk, I'd been drinking, I didn't mean those things. I was just not thinking. I was not in control. It doesn't make it. I don't believe those things. I was just, at least then we could go, okay, at least I understand, At least then I could be like, right, okay. You can choose whether you want to forgive him or not. You can choose whether it's like, it's not acceptable, but like at least you can understand it. But right now I don't understand it. I don't understand why he would do that in a public space of all places as well. Thea Hale in there, kicks to the midsection, looking for a whoa, moonsault into a DDT from Thea Hale. Girl's been working. Yes, someone's putting the grind in. Bop and bang by Tyler Bates. Oh, lovely. Lovely work. Bate flipped over the top, goes off the ropes, goes for the clothesline. Gacy, handstand against the ropes. Hudson, oh, big boot. Tyler Bate goes down. Duke Hudson. What are you going to do, Duke? What are you going to do? Oh, he paused. Momentarily, he paused. Oh, big clothesline. Tyler Bate. 1, 2. Ah, and it's saved by Andre Chase. Andre Chase makes the save. Tell you what, we've got to a really good point in this match where Duke Hudson, we've still got the women fighting on the outside. So impressed with what we've seen from Thea. She's really been working on some stuff. Thea in the ring. She's surrounded. Thea Hale being picked up, slammed down. So Thea Hale is down. Tyler Bate is down. Duke Hudson is protecting Chase U. You're on your own. Tyler Bate. Duke Hudson's like, come on. He's ready to take them all on. Joe Gacy's stepping up to Duke Hudson. What's he saying? He's saying something to Duke Hudson. Duke Hudson's been struggling for a while, hasn't he? Oh, they've given him a shirt. They're trying to recruit Duke Hudson. A weird thing to do during a match, don't you think? A t-shirt arrives mid-match. Duke Hudson taking off his Chase U shirt. Taking off his Chase U headbands. Taking the Schism shirt. Tyler Bate. Andre Chase. Thea Hale. He's putting the shirt on. I don't know that I'm buying it yet. So he goes and stands with Schism. They're hugging Duke Hudson. I still ain't buying it. So we've got, they're outnumbered. You sold out chance. I'm wrestling fans. Don't buy into it too quickly. Duke Hudson takes a few steps back. Rips the shirt off. There we go. Now we got a big brawl. So Duke Hudson wears the shirt. Takes a few steps back. Rips it off. Shows his allegiance to Chase U. We had multiple bops and bangs. And now they're kicking away. We've got Chase U stomps. Chase U in control. Tyler Bate goes against the ropes. Tyler Bate goes over the top. Oh, and Thea Hale. Springboard sentons to the outside at the same time. 1, 2, 3. Chase U win. Chase U win. Chase U. Chase U pick up the win. Chase U win. This was actually a fun match. Great ending, said Rory. Johnny said, not a bad open. 3.5. Dortmund said, Bayern Munich are rampant against Dortmund 3-0 after 22 minutes. Chase U wins. Great match. Fun match. People seemingly enjoying that one. Very good. I agree. Just a bit of fun. Do you know what I mean? You can definitely look at it and go, did we need a t-shirt being introduced in the middle of the match and all this kind of stuff? And like, did we need them to spend quite as long with him deciding what to do and all this stuff? But I agree. Fun match. Kickoff show. I mean, the whole story is ridiculous anyway. I mean, Schism are ridiculous anyway. So the fact that the match would have a bit of a ridiculous moment in it. Good, fun, nice way to start Stand and Deliver. And we've got, 6 matches on the main card coming up. But how did Bayern Munich manage that? It's unexpected, says Retribution. Good match, said Jojo. Burn It Down said it's time. Good, yep. Where is Cameron Grimes? Haven't seen him in months. I don't know, actually. I mean, I don't believe he's injured or anything. So, I don't know. Maybe there's a chance we see him called up on the Raw. I don't think he needs to spend any longer in NXT. He's been in NXT ages, Cameron Grimes. So I don't think he needs to spend longer in NXT. I mean, it's really, what are you doing with him? Is he getting called up now? I mean, there's maybe a chance that he's been away because we've been working on the gimmick for him for the main roster. I think there's a great chance we see him Monday. Great chance. Good match. Where is Triple H? He'll be at WrestleMania. The old Hell in a Cell is back, said Kyron. It's good, isn't it? I wasn't like, I didn't hate the Red Cell. I wasn't like totally against it, but I think the switch has been very welcomed. So Thea stole the pre-show. She did great, didn't she? She did great. Seeing some real development there. The only thing I would say is, again, a little bit like Logan, it is easy to work on a couple of moves and do a few things for a big match and grab attention. Doesn't necessarily mean that you have improved your standard of wrestling. It might just be that, you know, you still can't really wrestle, but you can do a couple of moves now and a couple of extra moves. So hopefully, you know, that is a sign of her development, and not just those areas, but other areas are being raised up and being brought up. But yeah, definitely caught attention, definitely showing improvement. And yeah, she's been on our radar for a while. I love her energy. And if she can keep improving her in-ring, then I think we can get somewhere with Thea Hale. I really do. And we're going to get somewhere with this show because we're only 4 minutes away. 4 minutes away. So we've been streaming for nearly 2 hours already, which is mental. So we've been streaming for 2 hours and we are 4 minutes away from going to the main show. Let me just jump over and get this tweet sent out so that people know that we are live. Yeah, she has got great heart. She will learn more. Nor Wrestling Pod said, I'm in LA for WrestleMania, just tuning in for the NXT Stand and Deliver. Nor Wrestling Pod, shout out to you. Uh, 4 minutes. Right, ladder match, NXT Women's Championship. Is that starting the show, is it? Let's go. WrestleMania starts in 4 minutes. WrestleMania weekend, I suppose, starts in 4 minutes. Well, as it started, kickoff show. You know, we've already had one match of, that was our first match of WrestleMania weekend. So, Alfie said, this is exciting. Everybody like the stream. Let's get over 1,000. Justin, shout out to you. Jojo said, yes, the women's ladder match is kicking off the pay-per-view. Right. I'm looking forward to this match. I really am. I as I said, there's 2 matches here. I mean, there's quite a few matches that I think are going to be good, but there's 2 matches that have really got my attention, and this women's ladder match is one. Unpopular opinion, I am hoping for a new champion. I really am. I think there's so much potential in this women's division. I think Roxanne is really young. She's super talented. She's super one for the future, right? But I like Tiffany Stratton. I really rate her. I think she could be a great champion. I really like Zoey Stark. I think she's had like great potential for a long time. I really like Indi Hartwell. I mean, what are we doing with her? There's so many women here that I think deserve that an opportunity. Like, for us to go with like a young 21-year-old when there's so many options, I am hoping for a new champion. I don't really mind who it is. I can make arguments for quite a few of these women. I think Zoey Stark's got a great future. I think Indi Hartwell has got one. Indi Hartwell has got something that people just don't have much of, or don't have a great deal of, and that is a connection. You know, it's hard for people to get that connection with the fans, and Indi Hartwell has absolutely got that. She's got that connection with the fans. The fans really like Indi. They're all rooting for her. They want to see her succeed. And as I said, you know, it's really hard for people to get that. To get over with the fans is really a difficult thing to do. But Indi has got that. So we're seeing the women making their way down to the ring. So we've got Indi getting into the ring. We got Zoey getting into the ring. So Indi and Zoey stepping inside. Heel said, you need to build Roxanne if you want her to be a big star. Yeah, but you don't need to do it now. You don't need to put the belt on her now and have like a long title reign. Just featuring her and putting her in feuds like the feud she did with Cora Jade. that getting her TV time builds her up. I think she's so young as well. Like, she's got a bright future. You don't need to lock down the women's title onto her. It's not like the only way that you can build her is by putting the belt on her. The way that you can build her is by putting her in feuds and having her win those feuds. I have no issue with us doing that. But having her lock down the title and beating all these other women and like keeping the belt on someone that's like, 21 years old. I mean, it's great for her. I just don't think it's great for the women's division. So as I said, I am aware it is an unpopular opinion, but I would love to see Indi do it. I would love to see Zoey Stark do it. I actually really like Tiffany. I like Tiffany Stratton as well. I think she's got a lot of potential. But what happens to these women if we're not backing them as well? So it's one of those. I mean, it's just we're spoiled for choice, I suppose. And many people would say, get behind Roxanne, put everything behind Roxanne. Or that's I don't feel that way. I want to see some of these other women getting a chance. But let's see. We'll find out. I think odds are that it's probably going to be Roxanne that retains. That's my guess. I think that she is favorite here. This is going to be good pay-per-view, said David. Yes, boy, said Alfie. It was funny to see Joe Gacy's mind games backfire on him, said Ghost Rob. Right, we're just seeing the intro and clips of all the matches that we've got coming up. Spoiled for choice. That's what it is, isn't it? I mean, it's a great situation to be in. I mean, it would be horrible to be in the situation where there was like no one and it was a dead division and it's like, well, it's got to be this person because there's no one else. Like, that would be horrible. I mean, to be in the situation where we can be like, I think Tiffany's doing really well. I think, Indi, when we pull in the trigger there. Yes, Roxanne, she's, young and she's amazing for her age. And then you look at like Zoey, who I think's been great. And it was so unfortunate that she picked up that injury because I think that she would be a bit further down the road if she hadn't have got that injury and she was sort of robbed of that time. She was out for a long time. So I think, you look at that and you can make an argument there as well. I think it's too soon for Lyra. I don't think Lyra needs to have the win. So, I think that's a bit early. Gigi is very interesting. Gigi is very interesting because, she is one half of Toxic Attraction who were some of the most heavily featured stars. And that turn when she got attacked, that was crazy. I mean, I don't know how I feel about Gigi. Gigi is a really interesting one because I sort of feel like she was a heel and she was in one of the hottest groups and now she's turned face. And I sort of feel like Gigi is going to need a bit of backing. She's going to need a bit of support. I don't know if that backing and support is the women's title or if we just put her into the feud with JC and Gigi comes out as the winner. I don't know. I don't know quite where we're going with it. But there's lots of great options in this first match. So very, very excited. I see a Gigi sign in the crowd, actually. Right, there is the Women's Championship suspended above the ring. We've already had a couple of people come down. Now, this is interesting. I wonder if there's something we can read into this because it was pointed out yesterday that we had Bron and we had Bobby getting entrances for the Battle Royal. And of course, the winner was Bobby. Now we've got Tiffany getting an entrance. Tiffany getting an entrance here on the main show. We had Indi already come out. We had Zoey already come out. Now we've got Tiffany. I don't think we've had Gigi yet. We certainly haven't had Roxanne. Oh, Gigi has come out? Gigi is already in the ring? But that's not good because I don't remember Gigi's entrance at all. So does that mean that Lyra hasn't come out? Why has Lyra got an entrance on the main show and Gigi, Indi, and Zoey didn't? I would say of all the people in this match, the one that I am absolutely certain is not winning is Lyra Valkyria. That is the one I'm absolutely adamant is not picking up the win here. Yet she gets an entrance, which is very interesting. Right, here's Lyra then. Lyra Valkyria. I like Lyra Valkyria. I think it's, as I said, too soon for her, but I do like her. Booker T said Lyra is moving up the ladder quick. There's Zoey. Zoey Stark gets shown. There's Indi Hartwell. Indi Hartwell's got a little graphic as Indi backs into the corner. There's Gigi Dolin slumped on the floor. She gets a little graphic as well. So we're just being shown the other women. And here's Roxanne, the champ. So Roxanne making her way down. Roxanne retains. Cora returns. She's the one that beats Roxy for the title, said James. It's a good shout. What if Cora costs Roxanne in this match? And then we get Roxanne and Cora. We get Roxy away from the belt. That allows someone else to have a run with it. And we can still do the feuds. But I do like your point of Cora Jade could be the one. I mean, that's a great shout as well because, you know, we're talking about how stacked this women's division is. You've still got JC Jane. You've still got Cora Jade. I mean, this division is in such a great place at the moment. And I know she divides opinion, but Wendy Chu. Wendy Chu obviously offers something very different as well. Right, on the outside, let's watch and enjoy. We've got Indi and we've got Lyra with ladders on the outsides. Shot coming in there by Lyra. Tiffany firing in shots in the ring to Roxanne. Double clothesline. Both women go down on the outsides. We got a German suplex there by Zoey. On the shoulders, Roxanne is on the shoulders of Tiffany. Tiffany gets walloped by Zoey. Rolled through by Roxanne. Roxanne being swung around in the ring. She goes for head scissors and Zoey goes into Tiffany. Roxanne charges over. Uppercut. Down goes Zoey. She charges over again. Delivers another one to Tiffany. And we're seeing Roxanne rolling around. There's press by Roxanne on Lyra. Roxy kip up. Zoey on her feet, charging over. Roxanne pulls the top rope down. Roxy going against the rope. Suicide dive. And goes into Indi Hartwell on the outside of the ring. Roxy grabbing a ladder. She's going to look to bring that ladder into the ring. Drop kick. Down goes Perez as the ladder is drop kicked into her by Tiffany Stratton. Gigi comes into the ring. Chop coming into Zoey. Strike coming into Tiffany. Exchanging blows back and forth. Against the ropes goes Zoey. Down goes Zoey. Gigi again. Kick. Down goes Tiffany. Tiffany going over to the side of the ring. To the outside goes Gigi. Gigi grabbing a ladder. She's going to try and introduce a ladder. Are we going to see a drop kick that side? No. Looks like this ladder's going to get brought in. Oh, there it was. Drop kick to the ladder. Down goes Gigi. Tiffany in the ring with Zoey. Tiffany lands on her feet. Nice. Oh, Zoey manages to flip over. Lovely work at the moment as these two exchange forearms. In comes Indi. Double clothesline. Down goes Zoey. Down goes Tiffany. Indi goes to the outsides. Grabs the ladder. She's going to try and bring the ladder in. Is she going to succeed? Don't take too long. Oh, underneath. Love that spot. Love that spot. So Indi with the ladder. They tried to drop kick it. She picks it up. They slide underneath. Then she brings it back down. Bang. Jabs it back. Sadly, while she was doing that, she got drop kicked anyway by Lyra Valkyria. Now Lyra's trying to introduce a ladder. Struggling. She does manage to get it in, though. She's in the ring with Roxanne Perez. These two tug of war with the ladder in the middle of the ring. Roxy back in the corner. Ladder gets put down. Lyra goes against the ropes. Big boots as Roxy is pinned in the corner with the ladder. Spin kick to the midsection. Kick to the head there by Lyra. Lyra, scissor kick, beautiful. Axe kick, looking for a suplex. Suplexes Gigi onto the ladder, which jabs into Roxanne, who was in the corner. Now we've got Zoey with a ladder. We've got Indi with a ladder. Indi jabbing Zoey. Zoey gets driven back into the railing. So Indi and Zoey on the outside. It's action, action, action. Bisexual Beach said, I feel like Roxanne is going to lose the title to Tiffany or Zoey. Honestly, don't know. Honestly, I mean, I think Roxanne's probably favorite, but as we said, there's so many great options. Let's just have a look, see what they decide as Lyra is setting the ladder up. Lyra climbing up. Zoey jumping in, grabbing a hold of Lyra's leg. Big shot there by Zoey. Hurling Lyra into the ladder. So Zoey going over to Lyra Valkyria. Hurling her into the corner. Zoey charging over. Oh, Lyra flips over ladder. Tiffany on the other side. Forearm strike there by Tiffany. Tiffany and Lyra battling away at the top of the ladder. Forearm strikes being exchanged. And Tiffany goes into the ladder. She falls down. Beautiful springboard drop kick there by Zoey. In comes Indi. Hurls Zoey to the outsides. Kick to the side of the head. Great work. Big boot there by Indi as Zoey goes to the outsides. We've got Indi looking up at the championship. So Indi looking to climb up the ladder. And we've got Tiffany climbing up as well. We've got loads of people climbing up. We've also got Roxanne climbing up. We've got 3 women on the ladder. Tiffany's close. Clearly not going to win it yet, but shot coming in there by Roxanne. Forearm strike coming back by Tiffany. Indi's tipping over the ladder. Both Roxy and Tiffany go into the top rope. Action, action, action at the moment. Ladder being set back up here by Indi. Match is all right. Match is all right. Who you got in this match, says Macca. I think Roxanne's going to retain. I didn't do predictions for Stand and Deliver. I should have. I didn't get a chance. But I think... I think Roxanne retains. The ladder was opened, lay down, and Indi got hurled into this lying down open ladder. Brutal. Over in the corner is Gigi. Gigi going over the other side, grabbing a ladder. Spinning the ladder around. Oh, she got knocked out. Oh, down goes Lyra. Gigi just with this ladder spinning around. She's just wiping out a load of women. Yeah. I like that from Roxanne. Because I'm always like, why would you just run into it? But Roxanne got in the ring, tried to duck down, tried to, like, get back up to deliver a shot and ended up getting clipped anyway. But seeing these women just run into this ladder that's spinning around is a bit silly. But I do like that from Roxanne to try and evade it. She was trying to duck down and get out the way. Right now, we've got Lyra hooked upside down in the corner. Oh, crossbody. Zoey goes into Lyra. We've got Zoey down. We've got Gigi down. It is a destruction derby at the moment. Lyra went bouncing. Let's go Tiffany, said Johnny. Let's go Gigi, says Johnny. Alfie said Gigi needs to win this. We've got a "This is awesome" chant breaking out. Right now, we've got Gigi in the ring, trying to open up the ladder. She's taking a bit too long here, isn't she? She's taking a bit too long. She's all alone. Come on, kids. You got to be quicker than this. Gigi pushing ladders out the way. I don't really know why. She's climbing up the ladder. Could you imagine if she just got it now? That would be so underwhelming. I've got no problem with her winning, but, like, she had forever. Oh, Tiffany planting Gigi onto a ladder that was down in the ring. Roxy comes in looking for a Russian leg sweep. Can't get it. Can't get it. Tiffany holding on. Tiffany with Roxy. Smashes her into the corner. Ladder being set up. Hurled to Roxanne. Roxanne quickly trying to climb up the ladder. Tiffany climbing up the other sides. And Tiffany throws in a shot. Shot coming back there by Roxy. Tiffany goes down. Roxy goes down. These are the only two women in the ring at the moment. All the other women are on the outsides. Tiffany back up on her feet. Roxy over in the corner. She's leaning against the ladder. Not a great camera angle there. As Tiffany did a cartwheel into a back elbow. Roxy falls out the ring. Tiffany climbing up. Indi Hartwell comes in. Duck underneath. Lovely. She's got us. Oh my God, that's brutal. Oh, she can't have meant to do that. Oh, God. Spine buster onto the edge of a ladder. Not the ladder, not the actual, like, but the... Oh, she proper was folded over it. Oh my God. I mean, you could do some damage there. You could do some serious damage there. I hope she's all right. I hope she's okay. I hope she's okay. I mean, it's one thing to land onto the actual steps of the ladder on a ladder that's flat. Even that's moody. But, like, really get your lower back on the kind of edge of it. Ugh. Ugh. There's not like loads of panic at ringside, so I think we're all right. It's not like we've got loads of EMTs rushing down and whatever, so I think we're okay. God. Oh, knee strike there by Zoey. Some of these big moves that we do in this match, like... This is honestly career enders. Zoey climbing up. She's got one hand on the belt. How long have we been going here? 20 odd minutes. We probably are getting to the point where we could get a winner. We got 6 matches to get through. Roxanne dangling off the leg of Zoey, trying to stop Zoey from getting it. Shot coming in there by Roxanne. Oh, back elbow there by Zoey. Roxanne trying to come over. Strike, Roxy catches the leg. Kick to the midsection by Roxy. Pop rocks, connects. Here's Tiffany. She's alive. She's alive. Kick to the midsection. She goes for another pop rocks, but Tiffany evades it. Big boot there by Tiffany. Looking for powerbomb. She's got Roxy up. Oh, they both spill to the outside. Roxy holds on to the rope. Roxanne Perez is going to look to climb up the ladder. She is climbing up. Someone's stopping her. Yeah. She's got one hand on. She's got two hands on. Here's Gigi. Gigi grabbing a hold of Roxanne, preventing her from getting it. Gigi hurling Roxanne into this ladder. And again, Roxy goes down. And boom. Roxy down again. Gigi in control. The ladder setup looks scary. Roxanne Perez is the next Dana Brooke. In the ring is Lyra. Lyra and Gigi. Kick to the midsection there by Lyra. Shots coming in by Gigi. Against the ropes, over the top to the outsides. Shoulder to the midsection there by Lyra. Face first goes Gigi into the corner. Drop kick. Oof. Zoey goes into Indi, who goes into a ladder. Lyra climbing up. Gigi pops up, trying to chase after her, grabbing the leg of Lyra. Lyra kicking away at Gigi. Slumps down. Oh, man. Gigi smacking Lyra's head off the ladder. Gigi climbing up on the other side. So we've got Lyra upside down. Oh, look at the core. Look at the core strength. Beautiful work there by Lyra. Dangling upside down. She's like, ah! Powers her way back up. Gets chucked off. So Lyra goes down. This leaves Gigi on her own in the ring near the top of the ladder. Ah. Is that JC? Is that JC? That looks like JC. JC Jane out. It's my time, says JC. Get the belt then. If it's your time, get the belt. You could grab the belt now. Grab the belt. Grab the belt. What are they going to do if you grab the belt? Ah, she should have grabbed the belt. What if she grabbed the belt and said, I win this match? What would they do? Be worth doing. This is about me. You should have grabbed the belt. Tiffany in the ring. Just climb, Tiffany. Don't worry about where the ladder is. Just climb. Tiffany climbing up. Here's Indi Hartwell. Oh, the ladder is... Oh! Wow. Wow. She tipped the ladder and Tiffany, I mean, she didn't just cross body. She went over. Wow. I mean, she's not in control at that moment, is she? She comes crashing down onto Roxanne. Is this Indi's time? Is it Indi's time? Go on, Indi! Go on, Indi! 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 It's your time! It's your time! People are cheering Indi on! Oh, she can't do it! Ah! It's taking way too long. Come on, Indi! Come on! You've had 5 minutes! Ah, she can't do it. Oh, Dexter Lumis! Dexter Lumis is here! Gets in, gives her the thumbs up. Dexter Lumis is helping Indi! Indi win! Wow! 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 That'll divide opinion. Wow! I love it. Booker said he doesn't approve. I mean, it's a bit of a shame that it's took a man to have to come in and help a woman to win it. You know, it's a little bit James Ellsworth, Carmelo. The other thing as well is that Indi, the story is, I'm not doing it for a tag team. I'm not doing it for a partner. I'm doing this for me. She's just had to have help to do it again. And so I can understand there being criticism with people like, I don't like it. She should have won it on her own. I can't get behind her. I can hear this. I can hear it. I can understand it. But it doesn't stop me being really pleased for her. I'm really pleased for her. The result sucks. She did it. Put in your thoughts. Put in your thoughts. Do you hate it? Do you think it's a cop-out? Do you think it's Indi and she deserves it? Like, I think this is going to really divide opinion. I think it's going to really divide opinion. All I can tell you is that I'm pleased for Indi. I don't love the way that she won it, but I'm pleased for Indi. I'm happy. Indi deserves it. Not a fair match. 0 out of 10, said Alfie. Feels like a pity championship. Hell no. India's NXT champ is a horrible decision. We'll see the rematch. She deserves it. I'll tell you what we'll do. Let's do a poll. I am sensing a split opinion, just like I thought we was going to see. Are you happy with how the ladder match ended? Are you happy with how the ladder match ended? All in, with Dexter getting involved, Indi being the new champion. How'd you feel about it? Are you happy with how it ended? Even if you don't think it's like perfect, are you still happy with it? I would say I'm happy with it. I like the fact Indi's champ. I like the fact we've gone in a different direction. I don't love Dexter being involved. I wish Indi was being beaten up by someone that wasn't in the match and Dexter just chased them away, just scared them off. You know, maybe JC Jane or Cora Jade or someone is attacking Indi. Dexter's presence scares them away, which means Indi can climb the ladder on her own. That would have been better, in my opinion. But, oh, God, it's a real interesting one. Let's do a quick video. I feel like it probably deserves a video because this is, as we said, a big talking point that's going to definitely divide opinion. So, massive news coming out of NXT Stand and Deliver. Our first proper match on the show was the ladder match for the Women's Championship, and this is going to divide opinion. There is a lot of goodwill towards Indi Hartwell. I'm really pleased that she has won this match, but she's done it with assistance because you can see here Indi being helped up the ladder by Dexter Loomis. Dexter Loomis helping Indi up the ladder, going on to get that championship and become the brand new NXT Women's Champion. As I said, I think people are going to be really happy for Indi. There was a lot of support for Roxanne to retain. I think, as we said during the watch-along, there's a lot of credible women in this match that could become champion. Indi was one of them. She wins it, but she wins it with help from Dexter Loomis. As I said, that's going to divide opinion. Either way, we've got a new NXT Women's Champion. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Right, with that being said, we are turning our attention to our next match, and it's going to be the Creed brothers. Ivy Nile making her way out as well. Ivy Nile looking fantastic here. Right, let's put that there. Let's change over this text. This is going to be for the tag belts. Who we got in the front row? Daniel Cormier! Creed brothers. Daniel Cormier in the front row. Of course, we saw him at Extreme Rules. So Creed brothers taking on Gallus, taking on, I think, is it The Family? Tony and Stacks. So, yes, plenty going on right now. Loads going on. Right, here is The Family. The Don of NXT. Okay, so the Don is making his way down to the ring, along with Stacks. Did you see the report that Uncle Howdy Bo Dallas is in LA? I haven't seen a report about it, but I have seen rumors that he's there. So yeah, I mean, I'm feeling pretty good that we are going to be getting Bray. I think we get Alexa as well. I mean, even if Bray's not involved, I could see something with Howdy and Alexa. I mean, don't forget last time that we saw Alexa, she was in the ring and like Uncle Howdy made his presence felt. So I think there's a great chance that we could see something between those two. But I still think there's a great chance we see Bray. Indi Hartwell wins the NXT Women's Championship thanks to Dexter Lumis. NXT Stand and Deliver. Right, here's Gallus making their way down there. Gallus making their way down to the ring. So, second match on the main card. We've just had the women's ladder match. Now we're going over to the men's tag match. 6 matches on this card. This is the second of those 6. I think we'll be done here in just over 2 hours. And then, of course, I mean, just over 2 hours. I mean, we've got what, 5 more matches to go. That's all right. I've got to think that there's a couple of matches here that are going to take some time, though. So I don't know how long this one's going to stick around for. Right, Mitchell says it's not a real gangster entrance without CM Punk on the side of a car, holding a gun in a pinstripe suit. That's a very good point. That you make an excellent point. Mitchell, shout out to you. Jake says, do you think Tommaso Ciampa returns to help Johnny? I actually don't know where we are with Tommaso's return from injury. There have been big rumors about a DIY reunion. So I think if we was to get that here, it would make a lot of sense. I would definitely be down for seeing it. So do I think it's going to happen? I think there's a chance it happens. I can't say that it's a guarantee, but yeah, I mean, there are rumors that we are going to be getting a DIY reunion, so there is definitely a chance, yes. Good shout. Not something I'd considered, to be honest. So, Jake, shout out to you. Mitchell, shout out to you as well. As we said, we are underway with the tag match now. We've got Tony in there with Brutus. Looking for a suplex drop kick by Stacks. So, oof, oh my God. Tony picking up Julius there. And I don't know what he did. I don't know if Julius just did that more to himself. But he ends up like rotating multiple times in the air. Crazy looking spot. Netbreaker there by Tony. I love the Stacks Tony dynamic. I think these two work so well together.
I think these two could actually go on to be a great tag team. I really do like these two together. I think they've got a really great chemistry. I think there's a lot of fun to be had as well, what with him being the underboss and, you know, all that kind of old mobster style. I really like it. I think Stacks has been a great kind of refresh, if you will, for Tony. I know he's been around for a long time, but I mean, like, really leveling up Stacks. I think that's been good. Creed on the outside. Creed's working together, and down goes Wolfgang. What do you think The Miz will do? Maybe a segment with Snoop Dogg. Yeah, we spoke about it earlier. I think there's a good chance that we see Miz do a Miz TV, certainly interact with some celebrities. I don't know that that's where we see Randy come back, but it could be. I do expect Randy to be at WrestleMania and be on the show. Obviously, we've got Alexa as well. She could come back. Maybe that's something to do with Miz, that she returns and she's in, like, you know, a bit more like playground Alexa. And of course, you know, Miz can always take a bump from Uncle Howdy. So, you know, we could see something there. Celebrities, as we said, maybe something with Snoop. Yeah, there's loads of things that we could do. I don't know that there's anything that you can say, oh, it's definitely this, because I think there's just so much that we could do. Sent on there by Wolfgang. Gardy Goo Goo said, do we get Roxy on the main roster? Nah, we're honestly, I really think we're moving way too fast with Roxy. Way too quick. I mean, if you think, I don't even know how long she's been around. I think, has she been around? Has she even done a year? Has she even done 12 months? It might be that we haven't quite done 12 months yet. I just think that for her age of being like, what, 21, she's got 20 years plus in the industry. Just slow it down. Let's get her to tell some stories. Let's put her in some feuds. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't think we need to quickly race to move her to the main roster. I will be shocked if she goes to the main roster. I really will, because I think that I know that they're high on her and I know that they like her, but I can't say that we've kind of done enough with her in NXT yet, you know? I mean, she's had a title reign, but that title reign only started the end of last year, and it only started because of Mandy Rose having to, you know, leave the company. So it sort of felt like we maybe put the belt on Roxanne quite quick and maybe a bit earlier than we was going to. Then, obviously, her title reign has been interrupted. There was the injury concern, all that kind of stuff. So I sort of feel like she hasn't had that good, healthy title run yet, where she's like told feuds and had matches. I mean, don't forget, her big high-profile match here was a ladder match. Her high-profile match at the last one was her against both of Toxic Attraction. Like, where are these big singles matches with her as champion? She had one against Miko Satomura. But, like, yeah, I mean, if you think about Bayley and how long Bayley was women's champ for, or Asuka and how much we did with her, or think about Raquel Rodriguez, or all these people, you know, the big, you know, singles matches. She hasn't done that yet. So for me, if we're going to move on her, we're moving really quick. But I think we're moving too quick with her anyway. I can't believe, like, don't know what that was. He seemed to sort of miss it there, Brutus. So yeah, I don't think we're going to do that. But listen, WWE have surprised me before. They could easily be surprising me here as well. The Beach Kevin said, do you think we'll see Riddle show up? I think there's a chance, but it might be Monday. I mean, we could see RK Bro, couldn't we? We could see something happening and RK Bro coming down and both of them together. I do think we need some surprises for Monday, though. I'm really hoping that Raw is going to be amazing. Really hoping we go big with Raw. So, Riddle, yeah, I've got to think. I mean, obviously, you don't want to rush his return from rehab and recovery, but it has been quite a while now. I mean, I think the program, they said it takes 8 weeks to go through. Everyone's different. Rehab doesn't work for everyone. So, he needs to make sure that he is back, he is good, he is ready, he is healthy. So, I don't know. I don't know where we are with it. I haven't heard any rumors of Riddle, but certainly time-wise, we should be at the point where Riddle can come back. But the most important thing is that he is recovered. He is ready to return. And, it might be that they just didn't have any plans for him for WrestleMania because he's been out of the picture. And so it could be we've just been waiting for WrestleMania to get out the way. So it could be that he comes back, there's a little moment. I think, there's probably a chance that we see him on Raw. But yeah, I think definitely an opportunity to see Riddle, yeah. Stacks going for the cover. 2. And on the outside, Joe Coffey. Joe Coffey grabbing Stacks. He does a discus lariat. Down goes Tony. Stacks gets thrown back into the ring. Here's Wolfgang. Could this be it? Are we going to see Stacks get planted? Gallus looking good. Gallus boys in control. 1, 2, 3. Gallus retain. Gallus retain. So Gallus picking up the victory here. So Chase U have won. Indi Hartwell has won. And Gallus have retained. Jen and Lorelai. Hang on, do my sound effects work? Let me try. Sort of, they work. Shout out to Jen and Lorelai. Hope you are well. Jen and Lorelai says, I don't care that Indi was helped. It's not the first, and it won't be the last to get an assistance. She deserved the win. Index reunion gives me hope that they will be reunited with Candice and Johnny as well. Lorelai says hi. Hello to Lorelai. Shout out to you. I think that's a good point. Not the first and not the last time that we'll see people getting assistance in those kinds of matches. As I said, I do think there was a better way to book it, but who knows? Maybe this could play part of the story. Perhaps they did it this way on purpose because the other women saying that she had to be helped and she doesn't deserve it is going to play into future storylines. So there could be a reason why it was done that way. But great point. Appreciate the support as well, dudes. I really do. And hope you are excited for WrestleMania. I'm sure you are. And I'm sure Lorelai is. So shout out to Jennifer and to Lorelai. And a great point. Not the first, not the last, surely, that we're going to be seeing people being helped in those situations. Just got Cora Jade. Don't know what this is. Might just be a little advert, mightn't it? Over on Peacock, you lot tend to go to commercials, so we then see little superstar profiles. So it might be nothing more than that. So yeah, Jen, Lorelai, shout out to you. Right, I want to try and get through these. Alexa Bliss Gamer said, I loved the ladder match ending. Index for life. Brony said, I agree. Something tells me Roxy will plead with HBK for a rematch or have HBK demand that Indi vacate the title. Kian said the triple threat was okay. Mick said, can you tell me what match really happened? I just got home from work. Well, so far we've had Chase U victorious over Schism. We've had Indi Hartwell winning the ladder match, and we've had Gallus retaining the tag belts. The women's ladder match, men's ladder match. After the ladder match, that one was bad for good talent, said Johnny. J-Dub said, LA Knight's not on the Mania card. That is ridiculous. Well, there are rumors that Bobby is going to issue an open challenge and that LA Knight is going to answer it. So Bobby last night sent a tweet out saying that he's free and you can't have WrestleMania without him. So we are expecting Bobby to be on WrestleMania. And after the reaction that LA Knight got, I just can't see how they don't put LA Knight on. And there was a lot of talk a long time ago, a few weeks ago now, that Bobby would be on the cards and that LA Knight would be the opponent. So that is certainly what I'm expecting. I'm expecting Bobby. I'm expecting LA Knight. I am expecting Bray as well. And maybe Bray makes his presence felt in that match. So, you know, that segment's going to be really interesting whenever it happens. So, I don't lose hope. Joe Coffey is back, says WWE AEW fan. Adam said, except it's obvious Indi will stay on NXT for the foreseeable future. Here's Johnny. Yeah, I mean, look, if she has a run with the title, I mean, the rumors I've heard are Johnny and Tommaso doing DIY, so we can always reform the way. But it doesn't have to necessarily be like now after WrestleMania. So give her a run with the belt. Pretty deadly. Pretty deadly backstage, just talking about what we've seen so far. And they're talking about Gallus retaining and dry heaving. They've gone full on Austin Powers, haven't they, with their attire here. They're outside Bron Breaker's dressing room. They're getting ready to knock on the door. And they're not sure who should knock. Last time we saw him, he speared us in half. On second thoughts, we're going to give the champ his space. On second thoughts, we're not going to deal with him right now. Right, are you happy with how the ladder match ended? Yes, 80%. No, 19%. Over 400 votes, 80-20 in favor of how the ladder match ended. It feels so wrong to say WrestleMania without Undertaker on the cards. I know he's looking out for his health, but it feels different, says Bromanin. Austin Brookhauser, shout out to you, my friends. Really appreciate the support and hope you are enjoying the show. Steve, it feels weird, to be honest. I really feel like this, even now, it feels like the calm before the storm, even though this is NXT. It does still feel a bit like the calm before the storm. But I suppose it's just a bit unusual watching a wrestling show at this time of the day as well. You know, on the East Coast, it's like, coming up to 10-2. Here in the UK as well, watching wrestling at like 6:48 is just bizarre, just strange. So, yeah, it's still a bit of a weird feeling, to be honest, to not be watching this like late at night and watching it in the day. And obviously, not long after this, we've got WrestleMania. I mean, like, it's WrestleMania today. Still hasn't quite hit, I don't think, which is bizarre. I mean, it will once we start the WrestleMania stream, but yeah, crazy. I hope people are enjoying it. If it feels a little different, it's because it is a bit different. But as we said, I think it'll all hit home as soon as we start the WrestleMania stream. Steve said, do you like that Shawn Michaels is recreating all the big moments of his career in NXT? The fainting in the ring, the barbershop spots. What do you think will be next? Do I like that he's recreating those moments? Not really. The fainting I wasn't a fan of. Although what I will say is there was a lot of people that were really believing it and buying it, and like it seemed to work. I saw a lot of people online saying, I hope she's all right and all this kind of stuff. So, I mean, it worked. It did it. I can't say it didn't work. I wasn't a fan of it. To me, as I said, I think when you've watched a lot of wrestling, there's just telltale signs, isn't there? And if that was really to happen, they would not show it on camera. They would cut to the commentators. They would cut to the crowd. So the fact that the camera was right there, the fact that as she was being wheeled out, they even stopped so that Shawn can put the mask on. It's like none of that would happen. They wouldn't show you. If someone's got health concerns where they've passed out and it's not part of the show, that situation is not in their control. They don't know what's happening with her. She needs to be evaluated. So you wouldn't show it on TV. So for me, like, I sort of looked at it. I was like, But again, you know, to a lot of people, they were like really worried about her and everything. So it did work. That one didn't get me. I did enjoy the turn, the brutal turn between JC and Gigi, though. I thought that was excellent. And actually, the kick, when she not only chucked her into the door and the door didn't budge, but then she boots her in the face. You're like, oh my God, that looks brutal. And it turns out it was. The bruise that she had on her face after was horrific. Horrific. So I thought that was I mean, as turns go, I thought they executed that one really well. Really well. So, yeah, I honestly, I really don't mind that turn. I thought it was done excellent. So I can't be down on that. In regards to, like, is he going through his career and like taking out specific moments? Maybe he's taking like bits of inspiration from his career. As to what he wants to turn to next, I honestly don't know. But I think, you know, some of it works, some of it doesn't. We'll see what he comes up with next. Right, I need to change this, don't I? Because we are going to our next match. This is Wesley. I can't remember everyone that's in this match, actually. It's Wesley, it's Dragon Lee, it's JD, it's Axiom, and it's Ilja. Now, we haven't seen Dragon Lee's entrance yet, have we? So this is going to be interesting. This is going to be interesting. And I heard that Dragon Lee is on a massive wage. Is on one of the, like, higher up. He's on one of the higher up contracts. So expect, I mean, they are going to get right behind him. They are spending big money on Dragon Lee. Here's JD McDonagh. Right, JD McDonagh making his way down to the ring. 2023 Prism training cards. Coming soon. Lee, Dragon Lee, and his Flaming P. Hello, William. Technically, we did get music, but no proper entrance yet, says Adam. How is Dragunov not on the main roster? Oh, yeah, he's great, isn't he? He's great. They probably just want to put him... I mean, coming from NXT UK, I mean, there was no arena shows. You know, there was no live network shows. It's a very different beast being in NXT UK to being in NXT. So I can understand. Right, red backgrounds. I like the music. Is that an effect, like slow-mo effect? Dragon Lee. Don't quite like this. Okay, they're really trying to present him as this massive star. Some of that just did not work for me. I don't know what they were trying to do, but they were doing something with the video, and it sort of slowed down and then stopped. But you couldn't see his face, and then the graphic went over his face. So I don't think that quite went to plan, but I like the music. I love the look. Because that walk told me a whole lot about Dragon Lee. Definitely, what I will say is they definitely presented him as a big deal. Definitely, I mean, like, there was a moment. But they just didn't quite get the execution right. Dragon Lee and his brother, Wesley. I think the video froze. I don't know if it froze or if they wanted... I can't tell. I can't tell if they wanted to pause it on purpose and have him like looking cool and then drop that graphic next to the side of it. If that's what they were going for, or if there was just a technical problem, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, you could be right. Maybe they didn't want to do that and there was just some technical problems. But we'll find out next time, won't we? Next time we see his entrance. Okay, here we go. We got JD, we've got Ilja, we got Wes, we got Axiom. It is for the North American Championship. Let me know in the chat, who do you want to win this? Who do you want to see win this? This is, this is what Wesley wanted. He wanted to defend against all of these people. He's standing in the middle. Wesley stands back and he tells them all to go for it. Dragon Lee steps in. He starts unloading. So Wesley was standing in the middle of the ring. He just took a step back and he was like, go on then. And just let the other four go after it. Right now it's Wesley, it's Axiom, it's Dragon Lee. Flips over, right? Axiom grabbing a hold of Wes. Kick to the midsection of Dragon Lee. Dragon Lee goes into the corner. Axiom, kick there by Axiom. Lands on his feet. Wes going for a chop. Goes, whoa. They're kind of hooked arms and spun round in the air. I don't know quite. I think they were both going for arm drags, maybe. I think they were both going for arm drags and they ended up just spinning each other around. Quick chops coming in there by Ilja. Dragon Lee's going to win, said Warrior Gaming. Wesley said Defcon Eric. I want the viewers to win and for it to be a good fight, said Dortnight. Well said. Llama said these attires are sick. Yeah, you are right, actually. Dragon Lee in particular looks great. Over in the corner. Big boot there by Dragon Lee. Lovely head scissors. Head scissors by Dragon Lee. Back in the corner. Charges over. Drop kick. Goes to the outside. Takes the legs away. Over the top. Comes down onto JD. Oh. Ilja boots him in the face. Ilja goes into the corner. Drop kick there by Dragon Lee. Dragon Lee. Forearm strikes onto Ilja. Charges over. Drop kick into the corner. JD goes down. Drop kick into Ilja. Ilja goes down. Dragon Lee in the ring. Forearm strike. Knocks down someone. I didn't see who it was. Now we got Axiom in there. So we got Axiom and we've got Dragon Lee. Axiom looking at Dragon Lee. Axiom goes down. Dragon Lee over the top. These two drop kicking each other. Axiom goes to the outsides. Dragon Lee getting fired up. Goes against the ropes. Over the top to the outsides. Lands on his feet. Takes out Wesley. Takes out Axiom. It's been a showcase for Dragon Lee so far. Goes over the top. Wesley versus Dragon Lee versus Axiom Lee versus Ilja Lee versus JD McDonagh Lee. JD McDonagh Lee. Sounds good, actually. Boots by Dragon Lee to Wesley. This is, so Wesley, Dragon Lee, chop coming in. Into the corner goes Dragon Lee. Wesley charges over. Gets dumped to the outside. Top rope enziguri. Wesley going over. Lovely work there by Wesley. Lovely work. Blocks the shot as well. Quick strikes. Kick. Oof, lovely drop kick to the top of the neck. Round the back goes Ilja. Wesley lands on his feet. And Wesley telling Ilja to get up to his feet. Back elbow there. Ilja gets hurled into the corner. So Wesley comes over, knee strike as Ilja goes down. Ilja goes out the ring. We've had an hour of NXT Stand and Deliver. We've probably got about another hour and a half. Another hour 45. And then I think our WrestleMania stream starts about 15 minutes after that. So it is go, go, go. Kick to the midsection by Wes. Into the ring goes JD. Dragon Lee is the brother of Roosh, says James. Bruce Lee, cup of tea, Saturday, says Adam. Bailey is getting hotter as she ages, question mark. Aren't we all? Robbie said, how's it going? Excitement is real for tonight. Nothing beats Mania weekend. Shout out to you, my friend. I agree. Nothing beats Mania weekend. I did say it's been a bit weird today. In the sense of we've been streaming for actually 3 hours exactly now, and it's a bit strange. I don't know. I mean, like, I think it's just weird streaming at this time, and there's just so much going on, so much to talk about. There's all the WrestleMania predictions and rumors and all of that, and obviously we're focused on Stand and Deliver. It's just, I don't know. There's just so much going on. Feels so different from like a Raw and a SmackDown stream that we normally do. It's great, though. Super exciting. And chop coming in by JD. Over in the corner goes JD. He gets hurled upside down. Of course, if you are joining us, the big news from Stand and Deliver, we got a new NXT Women's Champion. Nice springboard moonsault there by JD. JD goes over the top, comes crashing down onto Wesley. Against the ropes goes, Dragon Lee. Spanish fly by JD. He goes over, he grabs Wesley, plants him down. So much action in these multi-person matches. It's so difficult to keep up with everything. Referee was about to count the 3. Ilja comes in and he stops the referee's hand from counting the 3. Now we've got Ilja and JD, who have got quite the history. These two face-to-face in the middle of the ring, head-to-head. Pushing there by JD. Ilja backing up a little bit. And he's backing up because in the one corner, we got Axiom. In the other corner, we got Dragon Lee. And they all collide into JD. German suplex there by Ilja. Is Ilja busted? I think Ilja might have been busted open. Ilja's got a bit of blood. Ilja's like NXT's John Moxley. I don't think he means to get busted open, but he does get busted open from time to time, and I think we got a bit of blood here. Ilja busted, said Scott. Demarian saying the same. Do you think Roderick will be back in NXT or just waiting for his contract to be up? I don't know, actually. It's a really good question. I don't know what's happening with Roddy. I mean, he was written out, wasn't he, quite a while ago? Where wasn't he attacked? Wasn't he attacked by Damien Kemp or something? I mean, he's not happy, and he hasn't been happy for a long time. Whether Triple H has offered him something in the main roster, I don't know. But I think he would like to go over to AEW, be with his wife, of course. And Adam Cole's over there, and I think he's got a lot of connections over there. I genuinely don't. I haven't heard any rumors, and I think it's interesting what with Vince potentially not being in charge of the main roster now and it being Triple H. You know, could Triple H do something with Roddy? I don't know. I don't know that. I think it'd be better for him if he went to AEW. I don't know that I see the brightest of futures if he went to the main roster. Might be a little bit like Robert Roode. Great wrestler, but just doesn't really get the creative, you know. There's just so many other people ahead in the queue, you know. Wesley on the shoulders of Ilja. He gets hurled into Dragon Lee. Ilja is climbing up. Ilja, what's he going for? Senton. Big senton. Crashes down into Wesley. Now he goes over to the corner, climbing up. Now we've got JD popping up as Ilja gets pushed to the outsides. Lovely enziguri kick there by Axiom. Axiom backing up in the corner. Charging over, jumping up, going up top, moonsault to the outsides. Great work there by Axiom. So bodies everywhere. Axiom is going to win this. Kian said, do you think Jon Moxley and Chris Jericho and Big Show and Matt Hardy will be in WWE Hall of Fame? Moxley, yeah, I mean, definitely with the Shields. Maybe on his own as well, but definitely with the Shields. Chris Jericho, yes, of course. Big Show, yes. Matt Hardy, yes. Hardy Boys, definitely. Matt Hardy on his own. I mean, it's difficult in it when you see Stacy Keibler going in. And again, no shade. Or when you see Queen Shamel going in, you go, well, listen, if Queen Shamel goes in, Matt Hardy did more on his own than Queen Shamel. So, yeah, of course. He would go in as Hardy's and on his own. Of course, Moxley was a world champion on his own, so of course he goes in on his own. And with the Shield as well. It's always difficult, isn't it, really? Because I feel like maybe the standard of the Hall of Fame is below where I would set it, as I've said a few times. And so I think you could make an argument for Hardy going in twice. I think you can make an easy argument for Moxley going in twice. Big Show could go in. I don't know if he would go in twice, but he would definitely go in. Yeah, all of them. All of them would go in. Against the ropes. Head scissors. Ilja goes over. Clothesline. Ilja gets planted. DDT'd by JD. As Axiom delivered a clothesline. Axiom with a double... Oh, wow. That was amazing. Axiom, like, suplexing over and flipping onto his feet. Ilja, though, trying to get a submission. It's reversed by Axiom. Ilja rolling over. I'll tell you what I'm missing so far with this show. I'm really missing a good one-on-one match. I mean, we've got Johnny and Grayson, and we've got Bron and Carmelo coming up. But there is just a lot of multi-person matches on this card. Axiom stretching the arm back of Ilja. Trying to pull back on that arm. Ilja grabbing the hair and the heads of JD. So Axiom has got a Fujiwara armbar onto JD. We've got Ilja's got a headlock. Now we've got some headbutts between Ilja and JD. Now we got Axiom trying to pull back on the arm of Ilja. Dragon Lee has jumped in. He's grabbed a hold of JD. Darwin said, evening days, just arrived home having some kebab popcorn chicken with cheese. What the hell is that? Kebab popcorn chicken with cheese. I've never heard of that in my life. Kebab popcorn chicken. I don't know what that is. With cheese chips. How's Stand and Deliver going? It's all right. Yeah, good. Looking forward to the main event of Bron Carmelo. Both of them should be main roster. And Dragunov. Yeah, well, it's. I would say there's just maybe a few too many multi-person matches. Like when it's just action. You sort of want the match to be able to breathe a little bit. Oh my God, that's a great spot though. Lovely work there by Wesley, who like cartwheels back and ends up getting kicked in the face. Headbutt by JD. JD goes against the ropes. German by Dragon Lee. Clothesline. Now we got Ilja running over. Knee strikes coming in. He pushes Ilja against the ropes. Big knee strike. Dragon Lee goes down. Dragunov planting Dragon Lee down. Referee coming over. 2. Shoulder up. Wesley kicking Ilja in the head. Now we've got a... went for the stomp, but he missed it. He tried to like do a backflip into a stomp, but he missed it. Booker says these men want it tonight. Look at that. Bang. That's amazing. Flips in the air. He's upside down in the air. Kicked in the face. That's amazing. So, Delwyn, shout out to you, buds. Yeah, it's good. I mean, it's non-stop action. And as we said, quite the upset with Indi Hartwell becoming the women's champion. Quite the talking point, so. Delwyn, shout out to you, buds. I love the non-stop action, says Kieran. WWE AEW fan said, this crowd is less electric than I thought they would be. Kian said, this Fatal 5-Way is 9.5 out of 10. Cover and shoulder up there by Dragon Lee. Ilja should be Gunther's kryptonite, says Watson. JD is great, said Llama Llama. Right, we've got Axiom down and we got JD in the ring. JD trying to get back up to his feet. Sammy Mania said, do you see Cody coming out to the start of Dusty's theme? Didn't, but I mean, there's no reason why you couldn't. If you started with America and like Dusty's image on the Titantron and everything, dream. Just played that for a little bit and then it went into Kingdom. I mean, that'd be pretty sweet, wouldn't it? That'd be pretty sweet. So I can't say I had thought about it, but I do like it. Booker T said he is blown up just looking at this match. Where do you think the tag match will be on the main card? My guess is it's 2 matches before the main event. Well, I'm hoping it's the main event, to be honest. I know that they're saying it's going to be Rhea and Charlotte, but it really should be the Usos. But so I'm hoping it'll be the main event. But if not, then yeah, they'll probably want a bit of distance. I don't think you'd want to do that and then go straight into the main event. You're going to want people to have a bit of a breather. So it could even be in the middle of the cards, to be honest. Because quite often you will build up to a match, a big, like, the end of the first half, if you will. Then we get a load of video packages, backstage bits, maybe Miz TV, blah, 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 blah. And then you start the second half. So it could even be in the middle of the show. We've had This Is Awesome chants. We've had Fight Forever chants. Where's trying to get over to the ropes? This one's going a bit long, said Ellis Dubb. I think Indi deserves a good title run. Congratulations, Indi Hartwell. Forearm strike there by Ilja. Shot to the midsection. Chop coming in there by Axiom. Kick coming in there by Wesley. Kick coming in by Dragon Lee. We've already seen 1 title change hands. And 1 title retained. Kick coming in. Super kick there by Dragon Lee. These two striking at the moment. Down goes Wesley. Dragon Lee comes over. Knee strike. Against the ropes. Big clothesline. Dragon Lee turned inside out by Ilja. The dude there dressed up as Bray Wyatt. Darwin said, chicken popcorn snack box with chips, cheese on top. Oh, okay. I know chicken popcorn. I didn't know kebab chicken popcorn. I thought that might be somewhat regional, somewhat local to you. William said, Day's gimmick idea, Indi Dundee, Croc Wrestler. Oh, hello, Wesley is retained. Croc Wrestler playing up Aussie stereotypes. I feel like we've seen, I think we've seen stuff like that, haven't we? I mean, we had Skinner, for example. He was kind of a crocodile wrestler. We've got a win here for Wesley. Wesley has picked up the victory. Crazy ending, said Justin. CZ Draws said it's an easy 4.5. Johnny said 4.5. WWE AEW fan said 3.9, could have been a bit shorter. Big Boss Man said 4.8. Mitchell says 8. Rory said 4.5. Ilja needs to be called up. He should have won that, said Jack. James said Cody wins the title, then Dusty's theme plays and an image on screen. That'd be nice. That'd be nice. That'd be nice. I am tuning in. Any major surprises? Well, Thingy helped. Dexter helped Indi. That was a big surprise. Llama Llama said, I'm kind of sad there's no new champion. 4.5 out of 5 says Draco Arsehole. 4.75 says Llama Llama. Demarian 9.5. Malik says 8. David says 4. DJ Corrupt, shout out to you. How long do you think Roman Cody match will last? I mean, I think it's going to get a good 20 odd minutes. Yeah, 20 odd minutes, 25 minutes, around that sort of ballpark. Jake said solid 4.5 easy mode. Jojo said 4.5. Rare Breed said 4. Sparta Brander says 8. Crocodile Indi, says William. It's really hammering this point, aren't you, mate? Desperate for Indi to be a crocodile wrestler. I don't know why. If Randy returns tonight, will he challenge Cody or help him with Bloodline or do both? He won't challenge Cody because we are too far away from his in-ring return. Dave Meltzer says that, and I must admit, I thought this anyway. He's been out since last May. So you can't just come back and get thrown into a big singles program. You can't just come back and go after the title. So you've got to be eased back into it. So he could definitely help by coming down and dealing with Solo, throwing a shot or something like that. I really don't know how physical he's going to get, but I do think there's a great chance we see him either tonight or tomorrow. But him going after the title, I can't see it. I can't see it. Not yet, anyway. We can definitely do, and we should do, Randy Cody at some point. We should do it, and I'm sure we will, but just not yet. Definitely the best match so far, says Clippers. Charlotte Rhea is the night one pre-main event, said Tommy Plays. Kian said, I'm looking forward to the tag team championship match tonight. Let's go, Sammy and Kevin. DJ Corrupt said, did you see the Dante injury? Look nasty. Yes. You spoke about it earlier. It was bad. It was nasty. It was horrific, but it didn't look as bad as I was fearing. I said earlier, when people were telling me about it, in your mind, you think blood, you think bone. You're like, I was watching the video. I was like, I was a bit worried about when it was going to get to that moment because I'm not squeamish. But if I know that someone's going to break a bone and here's the video, you're like waiting for it and you're like, ooh. But you don't see anything. I mean, the foot does rotate 180 and be facing a direction it shouldn't be facing. But you don't see the bone. You don't see blood. You don't see gore. You don't see anything like that. So I was relieved. But yeah, I mean, still horrible. Still horrible to see someone's foot like whoop, completely in a direction it should not be in. Right, there is Grayson. Well, I am so ready for a one-on-one match. I am so ready for a singles match. We have not had a one-on-one singles match yet. today. I mean, like, we've had the Chase U match against Schism. We've had the ladder match. We've had the tag team triple threat. We've had the fatal 5-way with Wesley retaining. I really am ready for a singles match now. Do you think Charlotte will follow in Rick's footsteps and wrestle into her 70s? No way. No flipping way. I think back in the day, that was a very old school mentality. You know, that's what wrestlers did, and they had to do that because the money was nowhere near as good as what it is now. So back then, you know, I mean, Rick obviously made his money, but then he lost it all and had to make more. But I think if you're an old school wrestler and that's been your life and you've been on the road and it's been as intense as what it was when, you know, back in the day, I think it's a very hard thing to give up. I think in this day and age, though, where there's a lot more money involved, and so money is not a concern, the schedule is not as grueling. I do think walking away is still going to be very difficult because, you know, the crowd and the energy you get walking out there, you can't replicate that with anything else. That you know, they're amazing memories, but it's a very hard thing to give up. But I don't know that I see these wrestlers having that same mentality of going into their 70s. I don't know if they're going to be like Jerry Lawler. I don't know if they're going to be like Ric Flair. I'm sure some will that just love it and need it. You know, like Daniel Bryan is really struggling to call it quits, isn't he? So I definitely think there's some. I don't think Charlotte's one of those. I think Charlotte will be able to walk away, maybe start a family, and you know, call it quits. I wonder who on the roster will struggle. I wonder, like, I mean, we know Edge struggled, but I wonder who in this generation will struggle to walk away from it. I don't know that I can give you a name, to be honest. I don't know that there's a name that comes to mind. It's just a different era, isn't it? It's a different world in wrestling today, said Johnny. Video package now for Johnny Gargano and Grayson Waller. So looking forward to this one. Really looking forward to this. I said there was 2 matches that I was really hyped for. The women's ladder match, which definitely delivered, but I do understand the ending being controversial. And this one between Grayson Waller and Johnny Gargano. On the Wikipedia page for Stand and Deliver, the women's tag title match has been cut, says WWE AEW. Is that true? Let me refresh it. I am on that page. It's still showing, but let's go back into it. Still showing for me. I've still got it. What I will say, though, they haven't updated it. At the moment, it's showing Chase U and Schism. That match went 11 minutes 9. It's showing Indi Hartwell winning the title. That went 17 minutes. They haven't put the time down yet for the tag match. And obviously, they haven't put the time down yet for how long Wesley took to retain. But at the moment, it's still showing for me. Maybe you're just a bit ahead of me or something on the internet. Maybe you've got a future internet and I don't. Still showing. Villa has beaten Chelsea 2-0. Amazing. At first, I didn't like Gargano being back, but now I'm all in. This is full circle between these two. I am looking forward to their match, said Scott. Days, it's back with goods. Kian said, are you going into the WrestleMania stream straight after this one? Not straight. There's, I think, about 10 or 15 minutes. My plan is get a coffee. I still haven't got a background. That is a problem. Like, my plan was, as I said, I was going to get a nice clean shot of the entrance stage and use that as the background because it makes sense. I think the entrance stage looks really good. It's colorful. It's got the theme. Lovely. But I just couldn't get a nice clean shot of it because the reveal video was just, as we said, not the best. So I don't have a background right now. So that is a problem. So I need to sort that. I need to grab a coffee. I need to grab a sandwich or something. Because obviously it's going to be a long stream. So yeah, look, it'll be about 15 minutes. I think this one is due to end in about an hour and 15, an hour and 20, according to like when the next show is meant to start on the network, which is always just a rough guide. So yeah, we've got an hour and 15, hour and 20 left here. And then I think we start our WrestleMania stream like literally 15 minutes later. It is a full-on day. So we've got Grayson making his way down to the ring. It's a bit strange because what we're seeing on his phone is not what we're seeing on Instagram. Perhaps it's just a slight delay. Yeah, it's a slight delay. There's a slight delay with like what he's doing and what's being shown on Instagram, but he's live on Instagram as he's making his way down Grayson Waller. Right, I'm hoping this match is going to bang hard. I really want this to be great. So we've got Grayson getting into the ring then. We're just waiting for Johnny. Mitchell, shout out to you. Mitchell said, seems to be a bit more botches than usual. I know it's developmental, but they're wrestling at 10:11 Pacific time right now. That's mental, innit? 10:11 Pacific time. Yeah, I didn't think about that. We are in LA, aren't we? I mean, this is right in the morning. It is weird, isn't it? It is weird. Their big show takes place at like 10:11 in the morning Pacific time. I mean, it doesn't really matter for the rest, does it? I mean, for us here, it's quite a nice hour, actually. But it is weird to think that people have woke up, had breakfast, and they've got to be like, right, we've got to get to the arena. As they're munching on their pancakes. Yeah, maybe the time is playing a factor. Maybe that is a deal. I also think we're seeing a lot of multi-person spot heavy matches, and you're just not going to execute every single spot. These are high-risk moves that they're doing. So it's like some of them are not going to land. Right, here we go. Here is Johnny Wrestling. Don't know why they changed his theme. I much preferred the old one with the woman. Here's Johnny. Rebel Heart back. No, it's the new theme. There's Candice. There's Baby Wrestling. Oh, Baby Wrestling. Candice and Baby Wrestling in the front row. Should Baby Wrestling be watching Johnny Wrestling getting beaten up here? Wow. Grayson at a chair. Johnny with a super kick. Johnny through the ropes. Grayson going into the commentary table. We are underway. Booker T went down. Grayson went into Booker. Booker just went flying. I don't know if that was meant to happen. Booker's just took a bump there. Was that meant to happen? Booker just seemed to go flying into maybe the railing. Grayson's he's going over to Vic. Booker's back up on his feet. Johnny goes colliding into Grayson. Are you all right, Book? No, I'm not. Unsanctioned, this match. I mean, straight out of the gate. Booker grabbing hold of his thigh there. I don't know if Booker was meant to go flying into the railing or not. Booker said, I get it. I understand. You don't mess with family. We've got trash can being chucked in the ring. We got kendo stick being chucked in the ring. We got a chair being chucked in the ring. Through the ropes goes Johnny. We have started hot, hot, hot. Grayson Waller on his feet. Trash can across the back. Down goes Grayson Waller. Trash can being put in the corner. Grayson going for a shot. Johnny responds with a strike. Johnny with a clothesline. Grayson over the top rope to the outsides. Fast start, man. Hot start. Against the ropes goes Johnny. Johnny. Oh! Through the ropes. Gets smashed in the face with a trash can lid. Damn. Damn. Johnny goes down. We got chairs being chucked out. This is go, go, go. This whole show has been go, go, go. Chair to the midsection there by Grayson. We want tables chant by the crowds. Grayson with a chair, jabbing it in the face of Johnny. I'm just realizing that the barricades are using old NXT logos. Old NXT logos. Yes, you're right. Well spotted. Wonder why? I wonder why they've not got... perhaps it was an oversight. Shot coming in. I don't even know why it's not just barricades, to be honest. Why haven't they put barricades up? Got to think that Raw is going to use barricades on Monday. I believe that's the next time we're in this arena, so... I don't know. I don't know why we've got railings and not barricades. Right now we've got Grayson and Johnny in the ring. Johnny hurled into the corner, into a trash can. Johnny goes down. Got Grayson going over then and grabbing Johnny. These are my favorite types of matches. The hardcore matches, says WWE AEW fan. Lands on his feet, Johnny. Johnny charging over. Goes to the outsides. Top rope enziguri. Grayson is rocked. Johnny grabbing Grayson. It's going to look to suplex him to the outside. We got a row of chairs that have been set up looking for the suplex. Oh, I mean, that's got to hurt Johnny as well. Johnny puts himself through those chairs as well as Grayson going through those chairs. So, big suplex. Oh. Crazy. It's broken in half. It was used for Cody's pyro budget. Suplex onto the chairs. Right. In the ring goes Grayson. Johnny on the outsides. Johnny walking rounds, hobbling rounds. Not surprised after that spot. Johnny looking under the ring, grabbing a table. So Johnny gets a table, sets up the table. Flips the table over. There's a roar of approval from the fans. Johnny Tables. Johnny Tables, chant. Johnny Tables. Johnny on the edge of the ring. And he's looking to suplex Grayson. Shot coming in there by Grayson. Got Johnny teetering. Against the ropes goes Grayson. Oh, Johnny goes through the ropes. Gets caught by Grayson. So Johnny down, Grayson down. Kip up there by Grayson. Oh. Tell you what. It's been a fun match, this one. Grayson back in the corner. tuning up the band. Tuning up the band. Grayson Waller tuning up the band. Charging over, goes for a kick. Forearm strike there by Johnny. Lovely enziguri by Johnny. Johnny on his feet, charging over against the ropes. Discus forearm by Grayson. Johnny goes out the ring. This brings me back to the old days of Johnny and NXT, said WWE AEW fan. Llama Llama said, not bad so far. Going over, gets flipped up. It's on his shoulders. Oh, planted. Planted. Grayson Waller goes down. Candice is watching on with Baby Wrestling. 1-year-old Baby Wrestling. Look at Baby Wrestling. Right, we've got Grayson over by the edge of the ring with Johnny. Johnny has got headlights, taking him over to the table. He's going to put Grayson on the table right now. So Grayson on the table. Johnny walking around the outside, going to go back into the ring. He's going to go up top here. He's going up top. Baby Wrestling will make the save, says Mitchell. Okay, we've got Johnny going to climb up. He jumps back down. Over the top, look at... Oh, lovely work. Stunner by Grayson. Picks up Johnny, going to put him through the table. Through the table. Goes into the ring. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Who do you think accepts Bib's challenge? L.A. Knight is what I'm thinking. How long you been a flat earther, says Jellyheads. Oh, I've been a flat earther for 50 years. For the past 50 years of my life. Guys, there's no proof that the earth is round. They're lying to you. And just because there's pictures, that doesn't prove anything. Make that table humble. Johnny in the ring. Llama Llama said, waiting for Johnny to taunt Baby Wrestling. Forearm strike by Johnny. And again, we're seeing Grayson rocked. Oh, side slam through a chair. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Florida's flat. Grayson surely needs to be called up. I like Grayson a lot. I've got a lot of time for Grayson. Grayson with a kendo stick. Johnny trying to get back up to his feet. Oh, kendo stick across the back. Again. Johnny rolls out the ring. Slumps down as Grayson. What's he doing? He's looking over at Candice. What's he doing? Looking at Candice. I thought he was going to kendo the baby. I mean, that would get heel heat, wouldn't it, in all fairness? Shut up! Shut up, says Candice. Johnny, Grayson walloping Johnny right in front of Baby Wrestling. Thankfully, Baby Wrestling can't see. Oh, is Baby Wrestling getting upset? Can we just say these are really bad parents, by the way? These are really bad parents. Fancy bringing a child that doesn't understand what's going on to see their dad getting beaten up in front of them. I mean, the kid would want to go to McDonald's or like Chuck E. Cheese. Should we go watch Daddy get beaten up? Kendo stick there by Johnny, walloping away. What's Candice doing? Candice jumping over the railing. Johnny giving Candice a kendo stick. Bang! Candice walloping away. Oh, man, she's busted that kendo stick. You just made a big mistake, says Grayson. Oh, another kendo stick. Johnny from behind. Oh, my God. Look at his back. Johnny going over into a DDT. 1, 2. Shoulder up by Grayson. Hey, we haven't even spoke about who needs to win this match. I mean, does Johnny need to win it because of what Grayson did to him? Or does Grayson need to win it because he's a up-and-coming star? I mean, Grayson losing again. Around the houses, Johnny. The Gargano escape. The Gargano escape. Candice banging on the edge of the ring. Candice super animated. Oh, lovely reversal. Lovely way to get out of that by Grayson. Grayson takes the legs away from Johnny. A flare move by Waller. Almost had him. Come on, baby, wrestle him. Grab your rattle. Stop being lazy, says Trini. If Johnny wins, we celebrate. Okay, Grayson getting a... oh, look at his back, man. Look at his back. Back is marked up. Grayson getting into the ring, going over to Johnny. Grabbing Johnny. He's got... knee strike coming in there by Grayson. Johnny slumps down. Mitchell said Grayson is going to punt baby wrestling like Gene Snitsky. I shouldn't laugh. But the more I say I shouldn't laugh, the more it makes me laugh. Yeah, I hope not. I hope not. Right, Johnny has got a trash can on his head. Grayson Waller over the other side. We're going to go coast to coast. Walking on the ropes. Oh! Just like Xavier. Xavier does that, walk on the ropes, and then do the coast to coast. Oh, 2.9. This is a good match, man. Look at the crowd on their feet. Look at the crowd on their feet. Crowd are invested in this. We haven't seen the crowd getting onto their feet in this show. This is awesome. This has really got the crowd. I think you could make an argument this is the best match we've seen tonight. This your guy. This is a great match. Johnny is out on the commentary table. Grayson grabs a chair. Oh, I don't like that bit that's sticking up, Grayson. You don't want to jump on that, mate. Part of the chair is sticking up. He's got to know that Johnny's going to move. Because there's no way he would have put that broken chair on top. You wouldn't jump onto a broken chair. There's part of the chair that's sticking up like this. Why would you jump onto that? My prediction is Johnny moves. Chair gets thrown at Grayson. Johnny grabbing Grayson. He's going to look to powerbomb Grayson through the commentary table. Shawn Michaels knows how bad it is to catch the edge of a commentary table. Oh, man. I mean, if you're going to powerbomb someone through the table, really, you want to make sure they're well past the edge. That looked kind of close to me. That looked kind of close. We're seeing a replay here. You want to make sure is... Oh, my God. You want to make sure their backside is going through the black part of the table. He just planted him onto the silver edge kind of strip. Grayson looks all right, though. Rolls through into a stunner. 1, 2. Kick out by Johnny. Kick out by Johnny. Damn. Great takeover so far, said Russ with Andy. Feels like a good blend of black and gold and 2.0. Who do you think wins out of Bron Carmelo? I don't know. I feel like Bron, but there's a great chance that Bron's getting called up, isn't there? So we've got Johnny Wrestling and Grayson Waller dueling chants. Grayson with the chair shot, standing on the head of Johnny. Oh, he's just walloping away, unloading on Johnny. Waller slumps down. Johnny is also down. Grayson very much in control. I run NXT. You're not on my level. Low blow there by Johnny. Low blow by Johnny. Grayson gets walloped across the back there by Johnny. And again, he's unloading on him. Pounding away. Johnny goes out the ring. Gets a chair. Chucks a chair in. Johnny. Wallop. And again. Johnny opens up the chair. Gets it. Puts it over the head of Grayson. Johnny coming back into this now. It's been back and forth. Johnny with a chair. Grayson had a chair around his neck. Johnny got another chair. Smacked it. Now we've got the Gargano escape. It's in. Grayson Waller taps. Johnny wins. Damn. Another L for Grayson Waller. Another L. I've got no monitor. I've got no table, said Vic Joseph. I tell you what does this mean? Does this mean that could Grayson go to the main roster? Because he keeps taking L's. I'd love to see him on Monday, to be honest. I know he's not won the NXT Championship. I mean, you don't have to. He's shown enough here. He's shown he's capable of a fantastic match. One-on-one match. He's a great talker. We already know that. Oof. Waller will be called up for sure. He's ready for Raw or SmackDown, said JM Beer. I'm going to ask the question on Twitter, see what people are thinking. Does Grayson Waller now get called up to either Raw or SmackDown? Question mark. Does Grayson Waller now get called up to either Raw or SmackDown? Yes. No. Let's see what people have got to say. Look at this. Indi's come walking out along with Dexter. We've got The Way. The Way are all together. There's Indi, the new women's champ. Big smile on the face of Candice. There's Dexter. There's Johnny. Oh, look how happy Candice is. Candice is over the moon. Over the moon for Indi. That's a really nice moment. Here's Tony and Stacks and Pretty Deadly have interrupted. That's a lovely little moment that is with Dexter and Indi and Johnny and Candice. Tony said, not going to make excuses. Stacks is upset that he let down Tony. I think we're building to maybe a match here. So Tony and Stacks arguing with Pretty Deadly backstage. They're pushing and shoving. We've got referees coming in, separating them apart. Family reunion. Yeah. Seems the crowd are saving energy for WrestleMania. Yeah, I think I agree. The early start has got to be a factor for the crowds. I mean, as I think Mitchell pointed out, like it's 10, 11 o'clock in the morning when this starts. It's early. On the West Coast, this is early. So, you know, it's one of those. It's one of those. I think the crowd is still waking up. You got to remember as well, I mean, I must admit, I'm feeling it myself. Last night was long. Everything is rammed and crammed into these few days. I mean, we had SmackDown, which went into a very long Hall of Fame. You then get some sleep. You wake up straight into NXT Stand and Deliver. I mean, honestly, I don't feel like I'm going into WrestleMania fresh. I mean, we've had SmackDown, we've had Hall of Fame, we've had Stand and Deliver. Like, yeah, it's you are asking a lot of the crowd. So I can understand them not freaking out, losing their minds over all these spots and these matches. Doesn't mean the show hasn't been good though. It's been entertaining. It's been very entertaining. Right now, we're just seeing Nikita Lyons' little showcase for her. So we've got 2 matches left to go. We've got Fallon, Henley, and Kiana James against Alba, Fyre, and Isla Dawn. This match ain't going to take long, right? Because obviously we need time for our main event, which is Bron Breakker, Carmelo Hayes. So Bron Breakker, Carmelo Hayes is going to have time. Henley, Kiana James. I mean, in all fairness, this match doesn't need long. Against Alba, Fyre, Isla Dawn. Did you have time to watch Rampage? No, I don't watch Rampage, to be honest. NXT started at 9 a.m. on the West Coast, said LSW. That's mental, isn't it? That is mental. Eat breakfast, lunch, dinner at Mania. Why would you put Waller with Theory? Mitchell said pre-show would have started at 9 Pacific, meaning the Chase U match finished at about 20 to 10 Pacific. What would be your halftime score? I'm at about an 8. Don't know, to be honest. I don't know. I think I'm probably not as high as that, just because, well, I really liked the women's ladder match. I'm a bit conflicted about the ending. Because I think there was a different way to do it, that you still could have had Dexter involved, but he didn't need to be the one to, like, sort of help her climb the ladder. But I think there was another way of doing it. So I'm a bit conflicted about the ending. The tag match I didn't think was that great. The Wesley match I thought was what I was expecting. It was just go, spot. I've said before, that's not my match. That's not what I look for with wrestling. It's nice to have it as a change, but I can't say I was crazy about it. I really enjoyed Johnny Grayson though. I did like that. I did enjoy that match. So I'm probably around a 7. Probably around a 7. I think it's been good. It's been enjoyable. Maybe if this was not so early and it was like, maybe if this was the show on Saturday night and we had a 1-day WrestleMania on, say, the Sunday, maybe if I don't know, maybe like if the crowd was a bit more animated as well, you know. But look, they've still played their part, haven't they? It's not like they've been sat on their hands. They've still made noise and said this is awesome and chanted away. But yeah, I do agree. The crowd have just been that little more subdued than maybe what you would want to see. But as you said, you can't blame them. You really can't blame them. It's super early. Here's our next match then. So we've got Isla Dawn and Alba Fyre making their ways down to the ring. NXT on TikTok has got over 1 million subscribers. Alba Fyre and Isla Dawn. Isla Dawn versus Kiana James and Fallon Henley. Okay, women's tag titles on the line. These two are a very interesting team. They're a very interesting team. It's fun seeing Alba Fyre with the staff. Here's Kiana James, Fallon Henley as well. It's a weird Titantron. It shows that they're very different people, you know? You've got Fallon Henley, and she's got like the country sort of background. And then you've got Kiana, who's very much city and shopping and all of that. These two are very different. And they're arguing, actually, as they make their way down to the ring. Although Kiana pushes Fallon out of the way as we get Alba Fyre launching herself to the outside. In the ring goes Isla Dawn. So we are underway, as we said. I don't think we're going to get loads of time here. We are underway. It is go, go, go. Fallon in the ring with Isla Dawn. Fallon looking for a bulldog. Gets it. Going for the cover. 1, 2. Kick out. NXT Women's Tag Team Championships on the line. Kieran said there are a lot of new people in NXT I've not watched for a while. Yeah, well, that is the thing with NXT. I mean, it is constantly bringing in new classes, new talent. It's constantly moving forwards. I think it's in a good place, NXT, at the moment. I think it's, the shows on a Tuesday are a fun watch. I think this show's been a good watch as well. Fun show. I think that all the scores people have been putting in have been very positive, very high. So it's good. It's not a bad time to be getting into it, to be honest. There's some real talent in NXT. I mean, we've been singing the praises of the women's division. But I mean, you can look at the tag division as well, and it's got some great teams there with the likes of Creed Brothers, Indi Sheer. I think Gallus are credible. Clearly, Pretty Deadly offer you something different as well. Briggs and Jensen, they're pretty fun. They're all right. Don't mind those guys. So, I mean, there's some great talent down there. That's not even to talk about the men's division with Carmelo and Grayson and Bron Breakker. Obviously, we just saw loads competing in that North American championship match. Dragon Lee looking good. And do you know what? Credit to them as well, because they're really investing in Wesley. You know, they're really getting behind Wesley, which is great to see. It coming into the midsection by Alba Fyre. Alba Fyre backing up, charging over. Shoulder tackle. There's a lot of weekday wrestling for an average viewer. I try to keep up with NXT where I can, said Big Time Baxter. Tony said, I didn't expect NXT to be so good today. The team names should be Dawn of Fire, says Mitchell. Tony said, I'm very happy with this pay-per-view. Liv Paul said, I'm 50-50 with Indi winning the title. I like Indi winning it. As I said, it's just the way she won it. I'm not like totally down on it because I'm just really pleased for her. And that was a great visual with her and Dexter and Candice and Johnny. I really like that. But I can understand the other women feeling cheated that Indi needed a man to help her. It's not a great visual. It's not a great optic. As I said, I can understand people having issue with it, but I think as Jennifer said earlier, like, she's fine with it. She just feels more that Indi deserves it. It's not the first time that we've seen something like that, and it won't be the last time. So I'm interested to see what they do with it, to be honest, and where we go with it. And is it like, does it feature in storyline? I would imagine it will. Over the top, Kiana rolls through. Round the back, picks up Alba Fyre. 1, 2. Kiana looking for the pin, but shoulder up there by Alba. The Johnny Waller match was 10 out of 10. What a match, says Kian. Steve said if Alba Fyre and Isla Dawn win, then both tag champs are Scottish. Oh, that's great. That's great. That's crazy. Scotland? Who would have thought Scotland leading the way for tag team wrestling? Where's that come from? We just need to get Piper Niven and Nikki ASH, or Nikki Cross as she is now, to be a team again and get them to win the women's tag titles on the main roster. You could then have the men's, the women's in NXT, and the women's on the main roster. And you've got Drew. Who could we put with Drew? We need someone. We need another Scottish male, don't we, to put with Drew? And then you could have all of them. All of the belts could be in Scottish hands. Tag, in comes Isla Dawn. Alba and Isla working together. That is so weird when you think about it. Going up top into the corner. Alba goes down. Oh, lovely work there by Fallon. Great work. 1, 2. Fallon looking for the cover and kick out by Isla Dawn. I didn't see much in Wesley's singles when he was part of MSK, but he's won me over, said Big Time. Do you think we'll see new belt on Mania or Raw? I don't think we see a new belt at Mania. I think if there is a new belt, it'll be an unveiling. Probably, well, maybe Raw. Maybe Raw, or maybe they just wait a little bit. Be a nice thing for Raw, in all fairness. That's a perfect thing for Raw, actually. Because Raw is returns, it's call-ups, but it's also little moments and shocks and surprises. And I think unveiling a new championship would be nice. Be a good addition. This is just go. We've got all 4 women getting involved. Fallon Henley nearly getting pinned. Kiana having to make the save. Finn Balor is Irish. He is, yes. Wrestling stat of the moment. Wesley is only 1 title away from the NXT Triple Crown, said Defcon Eric. Llama Llama said, I'm bored of this pay-per-view. Ray said, I think Drew turns heel and feuds with Sheamus. Maybe we eventually get him against Cody or a feud against Rollins if they pull the trigger on making him heel, and I think he will stay. Yeah, I think he'll stay as well. They did say, actually, you've just reminded me that there was going to be an update on that. I think it was going to be on Fightful Select. Let me see. I do have Fightful Select. We'll see what was said. Why Enzo was let go. A lot of detail on Drew. Okay, Drew's deal is up in the next year, but it is not imminent. PW Insider reported that Drew McIntyre's contract is set to expire within the next year, which we are able to narrow down a little bit. It expires within the next 9 months. It was reported that they're not close to a new deal, but McIntyre made it clear he was going to wait until much closer for the deal to expire before he was going to sign anything, because there's a lot of factors to consider. And don't forget, that's a bargaining technique as well. I mean, I can't imagine they want to run the risk of McIntyre going to AEW. So, you know, you run that contract down, all of a sudden things get a bit more desperate. All of a sudden you might get a bit of a higher number, right? I mean, it's a good tactic. McIntyre is one of many contracts that's set to expire by the end of 2024. After the emergence of AEW in 2019, WWE secured a lot of contracts to 5-year deals. Kiana gets kicked in the face. I think Kiana wanted to use the handbag or something to cheat. Kiana, backstabber. We've got Alba up. Oh, she comes crashing down onto Kiana. Fallon out the way. 2, 3. Oh, new champs. Alba and Isla have done it. Scotland rejoices. Scotland's got all the belts. But a dark cloud. There we go. The belts have gone. Look, Kiana wanted that handbag, but they were saying, no, that's not how the girls need to retain. They've got to do it the right way. But it's resulted in them losing the belts. So we've got new NXT Women's Tag Team Champions, Alba, Fyre, and Isla Dawn. So that's interesting, isn't it? That McIntyre's deal is up, end of 2024. Fightful has been told the company will wait until contracts expires, but we haven't learned how that has changed under Triple H. Goes without saying, WWE would be eager to keep Drew McIntyre. Right. I tweeted you WWE Fox tweets. Okay. What are they saying? Right now we've just got Seth Rollins. Let's go over. Yowie wowie. Does anything happen? So the Firefly Funhouse is set up at the Superstore. So it's a video of the Firefly Funhouse, but the Firefly Funhouse is set up at... I don't know if it's Access this year, you know. Haven't heard anything about Access. Haven't heard Access being mentioned. They just seem to be calling it the Superstore. But if you go to the Superstore, they've got a load of sets and things that are set up for fans to take pictures of. One of the things they've got is the Firefly Funhouse. So it seems like whoever represents WWE on Fox are there, and they've just got some footage of the Firefly Funhouse. It's quite a few little bits and bobs being sent through at the moment. Rey Mysterio's mask designer, Hayashi, surprised Mysterio with a special edition crystal-adorned mask. And this is nice. What's this little video? 2-minute video. It is funny, actually, because that was the mask I was expecting Rey to wear. We saw it on SmackDown. And that is the mask. I mean, it's a great-looking mask. And there's his mask maker. I know you can't see this. He said, I had this idea from a long time ago. And we're just seeing Rey actually get in the mask that he wore at the Hall of Fame. He says it's heavy and it feels like concrete. Oh, he actually takes the mask off in the video. And he puts that one on. Oh, that's a nice little video, that is. That's nice. What do you think is going to happen with Dom and Rey taking off the mask? What do I think is going to happen with Dom and Rey? I'm thinking Dom will win, to be honest. I'm leaning towards Dominic picking up the victory. I don't know if like Rhea and the family or if we get something along those lines, but I've got Dominic winning. I'm really excited for that match after last night. Really excited. Okay, but that is in the future. We need to focus on the now. We've only got about half an hour left of this show. It's only about half an hour left, and it is going to be Bron Breakker versus Carmelo Hayes. Did you see the clip of Dante Martin taking the Canadian Destroyer? It went horribly wrong, broke a leg and snapped his ankle. I did, yeah. I watched it this morning. And I think there's been a message that's gone out of him in hospital saying, like, you know, he's on the mend and everything. So that's good. Hair versus mask at Backlash, says Steve. Purple Pole, Mello or Bron? Yeah, that's a good shout. We can definitely do that. Let's go. Okay, here we go. Who will win? Is it going to be Bron Breakker or is it going to be Carmelo Hayes? Who's going to pick up the victory? Bron or Carmelo? Is WrestleMania on the network? It is. Yes, it is. Do you have Mello winning? I don't know, to be honest. I think if I was a betting man, I would go Bron. But there is a great chance that Bron's going to be on Raw on Monday. But then saying that, there's every chance Carmelo goes to Raw on Monday. I can't say that it's definitely going to be Carmelo because Bron's going to Raw. Because as I said, equally, you could have Carmelo go to Raw. I think this is really close. I'm very interested to know what you lot think, actually. I'm very interested to get your thoughts. So this is a good shout. We'll see what the poll comes back with. Kevin and Sammy versus Usos is going to main event night 1. Has that been announced? Is that official or is that just a prediction? I hope it does. I hope it does main event night 1. Can't see anything at the moment. Well, certainly not that I've been tagged in. Days, how are you? I'm good. Mentally getting ready for WrestleMania. We have been live for 4 hours 15 already here. And as we said, mentally getting ready for WrestleMania. That is obviously a separate stream. That'll be coming up. I think it's like 45 minutes. I mean, there is no time to spare. So as soon as we're done here, I'm going to go. I'm going to quickly get a coffee, grab something to eat. And I mean, we are straight back into it. Go, 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 go. Right, main event time. We're just getting the video package right now. Who's the longest reigning NXT champion? That's a good question. Is it Adam Cole? I've got a feeling Adam Cole has still got the records. NXT Championship. List of NXT champs. Adam Cole has held it for 396 days. He had one reign. 396. Now that's interesting. Adam Cole held it for 396. Bron Breakker is at 361. So Bron Breakker is actually not far away from breaking the record. That's very interesting. Seth held it for 133. Big E, 168. Bo Dallas, 280. Neville, 287. Sami Zayn, 62 days. Kevin Owens, 143. Finn Balor, 292. Samoa Joe, 121. Nakamura, 91. Samoa Joe again, 14. Nakamura, 56. Bobby Roode, 203. Forget how long his reign was. Drew at 91. Andrade at 140. Aleister Black at 102. Tommaso, 238. There's quite a few reigns. I didn't think there was that many. But bottom line, Bron Breakker, 361. Mitchell, if Sammy matches the main event, WrestleMania, it will be the first tag match to main event since WrestleMania 1, first tag team title match to main event, and the first Syrian to main event. Mitchell, shout out to you. Right, we have just got Trick Williams showing off a load of jerseys with names on that Carmelo has beaten. Strong, Grimes, D'Angelo, Ricochet. And here is him. Here is Carmelo. Main event of NXT Stand and Deliver. Oh, wow. Carmelo Hayes, but with an LA style, LA Lakers style graphic. So yellow and purple. So yellow and purple, Lakers style logo. Carmelo taking off his t-shirt. Puts the jacket down. He looks ripped. Can't wait for WrestleMania. Hopefully we get some returns, said Joss Meir. Lakers branded gear, said LS Dub. Can I date your sister? Go for it. Can you check if Cena is wrestling tonight? I went on Instagram. Reports are saying he's got an injury. I mean, I've got no messages of any injuries. I've not seen anything to do with an injury. He's not trending. So unless that is emerging news that's literally still to break, that's a load of rubbish. So right now, no, load of rubbish. But as I said, could be news that breaks through. Mello is money. Mello don't miss. So Trick and Carmelo in the ring. We haven't got long. As we said, we've got about 25 minutes. Here's Bron Breakker. Dogs are barking. Beware of dog. That's cool. I like that. So just above the entranceway, they've got like a kennel and it says beware of dog. And the rest of the screen is all black. And then, you know, Bron comes walking out. And then you've got the Bron Breakker and you've got these two really cool looking illustrated dogs. Sharp teeth. Look really good. Bron making his way down. He's got a very bright singlet. Cena, Hurt, no Mania match. I don't get why they couldn't get pyro because it's in an arena. It's a shame. A few people are booing Bron, said Kyron. Is there anyone that hasn't been to WrestleMania? I've not been to WrestleMania. Okay, the bell has sounded. Bron Breakker, the big dog of NXT. Okay, Carmelo. Getting his intro. We've got the poll in the chat. We'll have a look, see what people are thinking. It's very close. Carmelo, 59%. Bron Breakker, 41%. So very close. About 60-40, but it is Carmelo that's just edging it at the moment. So that's interesting. Mitchell said the ring announcer's jacket is hideous. Come on, Mello. End this clown's title reign, said James. Right, here we go. The bell has sounded. Bron Breakker against Carmelo Hayes. These two face-to-face. NXT chants. So these two both went back to the corner. The bell sounded. They both just kind of stepped forwards. I like some of the comments Bron's been saying in the build towards this. He was like, I've always watched your matches. I've always known this match was going to happen. Let's go Mellow chants. Bron shaking his head. Quite a loud let's go Mellow chants. I wonder what the Rick Steiner comments are going to do, because, I mean, you can't be guilty by association or whatever, but I mean, it's certainly not going to have helped. Is it? It's not going to have helped at all. There's a few barks from the crowd, though, as they, round the back goes Bron. He picks up Carmelo. He slams him down. Carmelo back in the corner. I hate the crowd. They completely disrespect Bron. Bonkers said Rick Steiner is a douche for what he said. I could see Bron take a minute hiatus until all the news with Rick cools off, because you know that unfortunate dark cloud floating. Steve said this doesn't have a main event feel. Bron is mid. Mello is class. Jay said that Bron is getting hate for nothing that he did. Dropkick. Bron goes over to the corner. He's trying to get back up to his feet. Mello. Gesturing over at Bron. Bron getting up to his feet. Charging over. Gets round the back of Carmelo. Mello goes against the ropes. Over the top. Jump. Shoulder tackle. Down goes Carmelo. So Carmelo goes down. Bron Breakker in control. Quite slow in the early stages here, and that's absolutely fine. As we said, you know, building. Oh, he slipped. He went to go over by the ropes. Went to springboards. Carmelo slips the first time. Goes for it again, and he bounces off Bron. I think Trick laughing there. I think Trick was laughing on the outside. I don't think that was a great time to show. Over he goes. I don't think that was a great time to show Trick laughing at Carmelo. Roll. He's got Carmelo up. Suplex. Mello goes down. Hip up there by Bron. Standing moonsault. Bron connects. Looking for the cover. 2. Shoulder up by Carmelo. The annoying thing is he will have done that move like 1,000,000 times. You know, of course, on this day. I mean, like, hits it all the time down in NXT on just the you know, in training, on the weekly TV show. Get in front of an arena of, like, what, 15,000 or whatever. Misses. Trying to get over to the ropes, trying to reach at the ropes. Getting up to his feet. What did Rick Steiner say? He was just going off at this transgender wrestler, basically saying you're a man and all this kind of stuff. I didn't see the exact terminology, but it was basically berating this transgender wrestler. But as I said earlier, doing it in a very public place. So I don't know. I mean, like, I can't understand why he would do that. I mean, if those are his beliefs, right, then obviously that's something that's going to upset a lot of people, and understandably so. But if that's how he genuinely feels, right, why would you express that publicly? Why would you be shouting about that and making a scene and all this kind of stuff? I don't understand. If that's how he feels and that's his belief, well, that's one thing. But to publicly shout about it, I don't understand. I just don't understand. It's not a good look for him. No one's going to think he's cool for subjecting that person to that. And doing it at a wrestling, something doesn't seem right. That's my point. Something doesn't seem right. So I don't know if he was drunk. I don't know if there was like something to do with a medication. I just don't know. It doesn't excuse it. I'm not trying to excuse it, but I'm just saying something doesn't seem right. Carmelo grabbing the arm of Bron. Right, he's grabbed the arm here, Carmelo. Bronwyn said, why not? It's not your right to have an opinion. Well, there's no need to express that opinion in front of someone publicly like that, is there? Have your opinion. No one's saying you can't have an opinion, but why do you need to shout it out at the person that's walking around? Why do you need to, at a wrestling convention, make that person feel uncomfortable? Why do you need to impose yourself on that person in that way? If you believe that, no one, listen, have that opinion. But there is absolutely no reason to make that person feel uncomfortable or to have to shout it out in a public space. Why did he need to have to do that? The idea of you can't have an opinion. Of course you can have an opinion. Of course you can. But it's not like he was in a sit-down interview and he was asked the question about it. Apparently, the person was walking by and he shouted it out unprovoked. And this is what I'm saying. It just doesn't seem... Something doesn't seem right about it. Something doesn't seem right. Certainly when his son is main event in NXT Stand and Deliver, and you've got to know that that's going to have a repercussion here. Carmelo goes in the corner. Hip toss. Carmelo goes down. Against the ropes goes Bron, shoulder tackle. Chill Dude said people are already calling for Bron to be fired. Going for a cover, shoulder up. I still have picks that Alice has. But it's dumb that we cancel people for their family members' actions. I agree. This shouldn't be projected onto Bron. Bron keeping this grounded at the moment. Carmelo getting back up to his feet. Shot coming into the back of the head there by Bron. Against the ropes goes Carmelo. Another forearm strike as Carmelo goes down to his knees. It's very slow at the moment. It's very slow. Carmelo against the ropes. Forearm strike. Bron is the big loser in this situation, said Chris. Kieran said, how many returns do we get tonight? How many returns? I don't know. I mean, Nick Khan said we're going to get plenty. This has been the best takeover since Black and Gold era ended, says Wrestle with Andy. Michael said, do you like Vic Joseph? I don't think he's good at all. He just said that Bron is a more dominant champion than Adam Cole, Balor, etc. He's got to say that, though, isn't he? You've always got to put over the current products. So, of course, he's going to put over the fact that Bron's the best thing we've ever seen. I don't mind him. I mean, look, when I'm judging a commentator, I'm you know, what are they like when they're enthused? How clear are their like voice? You know, have they got like a commentary voice? Have they got like a nice depth of tone to their voice as well? I think that Vic's, you know, all right in those regards. I think it's pretty good. Over the top goes Bron. I think him putting over the current product like that, I don't really have a problem with it. I sort of feel like it's probably the job in it. It's the kind of thing that like Michael Cole has to do as well. It's the job. Bron going up top. Crowd really subdued here. 1, 2. Oh, shoulder up by Carmelo. Mitchell said, Bron Breaker's gear looks like the floor of an arcade or a movie rental store. Bron going over the top comes crashing down. Ezra said, if Bron Breakker gets called up to the main roster, who would you have him face? Just some low level, to be honest. Just give him some wins. Just get the momentum rolling, you know, have him run through, I don't know, Mustafa Ali, Dolph Ziggler, you know, those types of names. I think eventually you get him into like a good feud. I think you could do, I mean, him against LA Knight would be interesting. Him against LA Knight, you could have a really fun feud there. Carmelo looking for a pin, but just gets a 2. When is Bron getting called up? We don't know. It'll be a Monday event. He gives a good show. RW Punk said, for Hall of Fame next year, who would you like to see go in? They had no tag teams. If you go out with the superstar, who would you pick? Mello climbing up. I'd probably put The Rock in next year, to be honest. WrestleMania 40. The Rock's career's done. He might be having a match as well. I think we could honor him, make a massive deal out of it. So I'd put The Rock in next year. I'd have The Rock go in on Friday night. I'd have him main event WrestleMania on the Sunday night against Roman. Because we're running out of time as well. Every year that goes by, it's not getting easier. It's going to be getting harder. So if we're going to do that match, we need to do it. And listen, WrestleMania 40, big special show like that. I think that's a great place to do it. Hollywood would have been brilliant, of course, but schedule-wise, just couldn't make it work. And who knows, maybe schedule-wise, it'll just never work. Bron up. Oh! Hurricanrana off the top by Bron Breakker. Hurricanrana off the top. Carmelo goes down. Looking forward to WrestleMania 39, said James. Jay said, Bron is more successful than these fans. They are jealous. Carmelo down in the corner. Bron down in the other corner. How about Bron versus Cena for the US title as Cena does an open challenge? I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it because I think that means that Theory loses on a big stage. And we've got to get going with Theory. You know, we've already tried to reinvent him after the failed cash-in. He lost last year to Pat. I mean, I feel like him losing now to Cena, who's not going to be sticking around. We'd only be doing it to just create a fun moment on Monday, but we're sort of burying Austin Theory in order to do that. I wouldn't do that. If you want to do like someone answering an open challenge, just have them answering Austin Theory open challenge. But as I said, I mean, does Bron need to come up and win the United States title the first time I try and I don't think he needs to do that. So it's not the way I would go, but I can't say that WWE aren't going to do it. Bron looking for the Steiner recliner. Carmelo's been working on the shoulder of Bron, gets planted down by Bron. Bron back up. Crossface being applied here by Carmelo. So Carmelo has got Bron. Looking for the cover. 2. No joy. Kojiko, shout out to you. Do you think Jay White will appear this week or next week? I think if he's coming in, I think there's probably a great chance it's this week. I don't know if it's going to be... I don't know if it's AEW or WWE. They've done a great job of us guessing where he's going to land. I know there was a lot of excitement after Wednesday that he hadn't showed in AEW. Carmelo's tapping. Carmelo's tapping, but the ref's not around. Carmelo's tapping. Trick's come in. Trick Williams has walloped Bron with the title. He's got Carmelo. He's putting Carmelo onto Bron. Trick goes out. Booker said they're going to rob Bron tonight. Here's the ref. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. So Bron gets his shoulder up. He gets walloped with the title. The crowd are chanting, that was 3. That was 3. That was 3. That was 3. Carmelo gets caught by Bron. Bron's got Carmelo in the air. Carmelo reverses, double knees. Hayes going to the outside. The referee has gone back down again. Carmelo Hayes climbing up. Carmelo, leg drop, back of the head, down goes Bron. 1, 2, 3. And we've got a new champ. We've got a new champ. Carmelo Hayes beats Bron Breakker. And we've got a brand new champion. Bron Breakker must be on his way to Raw or SmackDown. Carmelo Hayes does it. The Bron Breakker reign has ended. The crowds, big mellow chants. Big mellow chants. The crowd are over the moon. Bron and The Miz, that finish was terrible. Yeah, I mean, I must admit, when I started counting it, I didn't even know the referee was there. I didn't. Last we saw, the referee was down. I didn't even... And when the crowd started counting, I just thought they were counting because the ref would have been counting. I didn't even realize the ref was actually counting. He was out of shot. And you can't even see his arm. It's only when they started cheering and you see Trick jumping up in the background. I was like, new champion? So the framing of that wasn't brilliant because I didn't even know the ref was counting it. Bron has got the title. Goes to fist bump Carmelo. He gives him the belt. Overall, a great show. Carmelo didn't win fair. So, show of respect as Bron exits, and I think probably exits NXT. Bron Breakker surely heading to the main roster now. Mitchell said an 8 out of 10 show. Right, well, I tell you what. we've got the little graphic in the corner. We are done with NXT Stand and Deliver. I'm going to go. I know we normally would stick around and talk about what we think of the show and all of that. We can do that during WrestleMania. We're back in 20 minutes. I'm going to grab something to eat, get a coffee, get set up. So we are going to call it quits there. But we are back very, very soon with our WrestleMania stream. 20 minutes time. Jump over, leave likes on that stream. WrestleMania, night 1. We're coming. We're coming, WrestleMania. We're coming. So we'll talk about it on there. But brand new NXT champion. And as we said, I think this means Bron Breakker goes to the main roster. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate it. I'll see you in a bit for WrestleMania.